that came close to what the department's given me.
It's a no-brainer. You would apply for the job. It doesn't take any of your time to apply. You can apply on the internet. You can take the test. It takes you a few hours on a weekend, and you wait and find out. Could be the best decision of your life. Have no regrets.
And if I can do it, you can do it too.
Interested in learning more about opportunities for a career with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power? Start your search with a visit to www.ladwp.com/jobs to learn more about employment with the department. You'll find out where you can get skills training or which advanced degrees will best prepare you for a specialized career with the LADWP. Don't forget to click on Where to Apply and learn about the process of applying for a position within the City of Los Angeles. And good luck.
So they will have to take two, 'cause I've got trouble holding this man of mine. It seems there's always
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 25th, 2008. We are in the John Ferraro Council Chambers in room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. We have our agendas available online 72 hours in advance and here in person or through the city clerk's office. Those agendas run through what we will be considering during each meeting. We are also broadcast live on Channel 35, and we welcome our viewers on Channel 35, rebroadcast in the evenings. Available online through lacity.org, where we have streaming webcasts of each of our council meetings, and through your telephones at Council Phone, which is 213-621-CITY, and you can call and listen to any of our council meetings or our committee meetings. Also, our past council meetings are available online, video and audio. If you go to lacity.org, you can pull down podcasts or old streaming video archives of our past meetings, and we commend you to that as well. We have a section of each meeting for public comment. General public comment is for items that are not on our agenda, but nevertheless are under our jurisdiction. Public comment for specific items is given either in committee or here in council. If items have not yet had a public hearing in committee, we then do that here in the full council. If you'd like to be heard, just fill out a speaker card in the back, hand it to one of the sergeants at arms, and we'd be more than happy to incorporate your comments into today's meeting. I want to thank the council members that are here. We do have a quorum, or 2/3 of our 15-member body. So with that, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
All righty. Mr. Wesson moves and Mr. Rosendahl seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Gruel forwards that and moves that, and Mr. Cardenas seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Next order of business.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and there's a flag salute for today.
Rumor has it that Alvin Blaine is here. Would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance from the podium? And if I could ask everybody to please rise for the salute to the flag.
Let's all begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to also welcome to council chambers. We have visiting fellows from Michigan State University, Humphrey Fellows, who are visiting us from a number of countries, Zambia, Laos, now I'm going to mess it up, Nepal, Bangladesh, Ghana, Ethiopia, and Bosnia. So if you'd like to please stand up, we'd love to recognize you and welcome you. If you can please stand. Thank you all very much. If we can run through the agenda, and then we'll return for a very special presentation. We'll go through the agenda first.
First item on the agenda, item 1, is an ordinance that's been noticed for public hearing.
Okay. We do not have any cards on item 1, so we will close the public hearing. Anybody wishing to call that special from the council? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Item 1 is approved. Next item, please.
Item 2 is continued consideration of the hearings relative to the proposed water and power rate increases. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Next items.
Items 3 through 5 are street lighting district items noticed for public hearing. Council should continue the hearings and present the ordinances on April 15th.
Okay. Is there any objection to continuing the ordinances until the 15th? We will keep those public hearings open. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Okay.
12 ayes.
Those are approved to be continued. Next items, please.
Items 6 through 13 are items for which public hearings have been held. A motion is required on item 6, and as much as it was submitted without recommendation.
Okay, let's call that special, and we'll tie that with number 2 for Ms. Perry, the chair. Well, that leaves us 7 through 13. Colleagues, specials 7 through 13. 12 for Ms. Gruel. Mr. Labange?
12 and a half.
12 and a half for Mr. Labange. Other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead on the balance. Madam Clerk, if you please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 14 through 32 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. We have cards on 22, so we will call that special for cards from the public. I do not have any other cards, so we will open and close those public hearings. Specials 14 through 21, colleagues? Or, sorry, through 32. 14 through 32. Mr. Parks?
28 special, and also could we have number 10 forthwith?
Yes, without objection, we'll send 10 forthwith, and 28 called special for Mr. Parks. Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing none on the balance, let's go ahead and open the roll.
Actually,
Mr. City Attorney?
22 is called special. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have 22 called special. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Okay, if we can come back, and I'd like to recognize Mr. Cardenas for a very special presentation. I think we have a few audience members here for as well. And the productivity of the entire city has gone down momentarily, but I know that we'll make up for it later in the day. So with that, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, council members. Today I'm proud to represent the city of Los Angeles as we celebrate the decorated career of a man who has both genuinely and wholeheartedly served our great city for over 35 years. Back then we used to have a kindergarten program where you could start with the city, and he entered back in about 5 years old, 6 years old. From the beginning of his career with the city on July 2nd, 1973, as a garage attendant for the Los Angeles Police Department, to his upcoming retirement on April 1st, 2008, as the general manager of the Department of General Services, Alvin Blaine has brought his strong work ethic and leadership abilities to the city of Los Angeles and has left a lasting imprint on every endeavor he has faced along the way. In 1974, Alvin transferred to the Department of Transportation, where he was promoted to heavy-duty equipment mechanic. In this role, Alvin performed journey-level work in road maintenance and firefighting equipment repair. He was rewarded for his service on a special task force assembled to alleviate a serious equipment problem with a certificate of commendation. Upon his return to the Department of General Services in 1979, Alvin has served in a number of various roles within the department, including equipment repair supervisor, senior automotive supervisor for Los Angeles World Airports, general automotive supervisor, equipment superintendent, director of fleet services, assistant general manager, and finally, as the general manager of general services in 2004. Remember, he started off as a parking attendant. As general manager, Alvin was responsible for overseeing the operation of the city's third largest department with a staff of 3,000 employees and 19 different divisions. Under his leadership and emphasis on employee safety, GSD has surpassed the mayor's goal of reducing workers' compensation costs. From 2003 to 2007, despite the addition of over 1,000 new employees, injury on duty was reduced by 46%, saving the city of Los Angeles in excess of $1.4 million. The innovation and efficiency that Alvin has brought to General Services has earned the department a total of 34 quality and productivity awards and has saved the city an estimated $20 million in costs since 1996. Additionally, Alvin is responsible for reducing our city's dependence on fossil fuels. He crafted and implemented a vision to convert the city fleet to alternative fuel and hybrid technology. 6 years before federally mandated, Alvin made Los Angeles the first city in the nation to use particulate traps. He obtained $3.4 million in grant funds in order to complete the project. With his vision and environmental awareness, Alvin has made the city of Los Angeles fleet into the cleanest and greenest large municipal fleet in the nation. And with that, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Alvin Blaine. He's got 35 years of issues to tell us about, so everybody just take a seat.
We've got a Mr. Blaine. I know you probably think you get to give a speech now, but we have a lot of very eager council members who would like to give their good wishes as well. I'd like to start with Mr. Zine, then Mr. Smith, Ms. Gruhl, and Mr. Lavange. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Alvin.
Good morning.
I used to say that to you when I take my motorcycle into the shop. You work in the garage, and I was a motorcycle officer. We started out serving the public, and here we are, still serving the public. And I thought all these people standing were here about the water and power rate. They're here for you. I'm very impressed. When I came in, I saw the chambers filled with people. I thought it was the protest. It's the celebration. You have been a general manager that has concern for the people. You've got a heart that is so caring, so giving. Our conversations that we've had, our meetings, you've always been there. I know you go to the different divisions, meet with the people, take them out to lunch, make sure that everyone's happy. And the reflection of the workforce that you have here behind you, obviously the city shut down today because General Services is here. You have been a tremendous general manager, tremendous leader who've inspired people. I know you're in the motorcycles, I'm in the motorcycles, I'm on the highway, you're in the dirt. But our paths have crossed so many times, and I was so elated when you became the general manager. And all the different activities that you've been involved in, all those different security issues and the purchasing gasoline and the fuel and the diesel and all those issues over the years, you have been one tremendous asset to the city of Los Angeles. And I'm sure your family that's with you doesn't recognize or not aware of all the dedications you've had. Your lovely wife that's here with you, he's been to work so many days when he could have been home enjoying family, enjoying retirement. So I wish you well in retirement. I know you have a big party this afternoon. Hopefully we'll get out here and I'll go over there and say some more encouraging words to you as you enjoy your future years of retirement. Well deserved, and I want to bless you and your family. Well deserved, and you've given to the city like no one else has given to the city. So in your future retirement, please enjoy the benefits that you earned by hard work, starting at the ground level and rising to the general manager position within the city of Los Angeles. So Alvin, you've been a good friend for so many years. It really warms my heart to see you retire in good health and good standing, and you still have your hair. I've always liked the fact you still have your hair. Best to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Alvin. I said my goodbye to you last week because I wasn't supposed to be here today. I want you to know I canceled my trip just to come say goodbye again. I want you, can you come step out here just a second and turn around? I want you to come see something because this is an extraordinary sight. Look back at this audience, Alvin, all the way out the door. Hundreds and hundreds of people working for you here to say goodbye. That is the greatest tribute. And all the fancy words we may throw out today don't even become close to what the hearts of all those people mean being here today, saying to you goodbye and thank you for your years of service. I can tell you in all my years I've been around here, I've never seen a general manager that would come in and say to you, I'm here to help you, I work for you, how am I doing? Never with an agenda, never with a list of things to do, and come in every year, not just once, but twice, 3 times a year, just to say, General Services is here to serve you, how are we doing? Are we doing good enough? If not, why not? And I've never, ever had a problem that I couldn't go to you that didn't get resolved quickly because you're that kind of hands-on general manager that cared, first of all, about the people that work for you, that's obvious, and cared about the people you work for, which is the city of Los Angeles. And so you've been a great general manager. You are one of those prototype general managers I wish we could replicate with a Xerox machine over and over and over again because you're truly a great general manager. You cared about the people you work for, and you cared about doing the job right. And we appreciate that. And what you did with the environmental issues that we brought up and the fleet, I sat on the budget committee years ago, and we started seeing these increases in our costs for fuel costs start going up. And we said, what are we doing? And you started talking about converting our fleet to these alt-fuel vehicles and to hybrid vehicles. And now we have the largest fleet of hybrid vehicles in America. And while our fuel costs continue to go up, not even close to what it would have been had you not had the vision to start that process years ago. And on the environmental stuff, we've come to you with other ideas. And your department, General Services, leads the city in recycling and reuse and all the things that we've asked you to do. And so I've never had a general manager that just said yes every time we asked them to do something and went out and did it. And I've never seen a general manager that cared so much about the people that they work for. So it has been my pleasure to work with you as a friend, a colleague. I know all they feel the same way, and I just wish you the best of everything. And strike another blow for Bill Fujioka. I understand that you may end up over at the County of L.A. May. We're going to have to put a hit contract on Bill Fujioka, I think. But anyway, should you decide to do that, we wish you the best of luck over there because they certainly need your kind of leadership that you've brought us here in the city of L.A. Thank you for 35 years. It's been a pleasure to work with you. You're a real gem to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And we will be sure to make the city attorney look at the form and legality of actually switching over to the county, because it may be just wholly illegal for you to leave the city like that. So we'll check on that. Ms. Gruhl is next, Mr. Labange, Mr. Huizar, Ms. Perry, Mr. Parks, Mr. Wesson, and I know we all have tremendous things to say about this tremendous individual, but I'd ask folks to try to stick with the 1 minute rule. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and I will be brief. A lot has been said, but Alvin, I think, as mentioned, the people behind you speak volumes about your leadership and your accomplishments as a general manager, and that you rose through the ranks, and everyone proudly supported you at every step of the way. And I know when this position became available, there was no question that Alvin Blaine would be the new general manager of the General Services Department. And I know when you came in and talked to me, I could tell you were emotional about leaving this city, because it has given you a life, a long time of friends that's here, ability to make a difference in the city, from environmental issues to making sure that the city runs smoothly. A lot of the things that General Services does, no one knows about in the city necessarily, but appreciates that if it didn't run smoothly, they would be impacted by that. We went through the creation of the Office of Public Safety, which I have a few gray hairs. Clearly you don't have from that experience, but you really have become more than just a general manager to us. You become a friend. And I know that all the people standing behind you respect you and admire you for rising through the ranks, but never forgetting where you came from, and never forgetting that the people who work for you are dedicated city employees, and you've been committed to them. And so you are a rare breed in your passion and commitment to public service. You love this job, you love the city, and we love you around this horseshoe. So good luck, and we'll miss you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Our next speaker is Mr. Huizar.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Blaine. You deserve this retirement, but looking at you, it doesn't look like you're ready for retirement. You look very young. But certainly the work and your record that you've left here shows that you've been with the city a long time. And as Ms. Gruhl was saying, there's a lot of work that goes on in GSD that gets unnoticed. One of the areas is the purchasing systems that we have, that those need to run smoothly, efficiently, and those are not the types of things that everyone knows about or sees, but certainly you've been at the helm of that amongst the other great work that a lot of the other council members have been saying here. And certainly the work you've done is a reason why annually your department is a contender, a strong contender for the quality awards put out by our Quality and Productivity Commission. So congratulations for that. And aloha, but I'm sure we'll be seeing you soon. Congratulations.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alvin, I just want to say congratulations. You've done a wonderful job. In fact, we just mentioned your name. Should have been your ears burning yesterday in Budget and Finance to see what you've done and implemented without being asked. Keep your budget in line, to be able to find ways to do it better, but always thinking in light of the city is remarkable. And we just hope that in some of your time you can go rub off on some of our other general managers. But we do appreciate what you've done. You've taken on responsibilities with just a yes. I think you were Ron Deaton's go-to guy. Anytime something was messed up in the city, they go to Alvin and say, would you take that on? Here's some people. There is no money, but could you fix it? And he's done it time and time again, and it's a remarkable issue. And I just like to say, colleagues, the one thing that we should use Alvin as an example also is that there's a real disparity. Alvin comes up through the ranks, becomes a general manager. He gets somewhere between 15-16% over his highest paid subordinate. We bring people from the outside who get 40 and 50% above, and that's a disparity. That is absolutely unfair as it relates to how we deal with career employees that have gone through, started off at the lowest level job and worked their way through the system, and we don't treat them as well as those who may come in for 3 or 4 years at the very top of the system. And I'd hope that as we go through in the future that we're able to correct some of those things, because I would just personally say I think Alvin Blaine would not be standing there had we treated him a little better and differently. Thank you very much.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alvin, I also I'm sad to say goodbye, but we don't actually have to say goodbye if you don't want to, especially if you're considering that other place up the hill. But, there's always an opportunity for extra work. So don't forget that, and don't forget us. As I was standing here on the side talking to a gentleman, I said that we needed to pay attention to your presentation because you don't see this very often with this many people standing up and standing behind and standing in support of their general manager. And it's a pretty extraordinary sight for those who are watching on television and maybe can't see the whole thing. But it's a testament to you, not only the quality of the life that you have lived and will continue to live, but the quality of your ability to manage a very complex department. And you're a good listener, you're a good problem solver, you have devotion and focus, and people like you are hard to find, and they are in short supply. And I think we will miss your energy and your commitment, but your career here should serve as an example to anyone who comes behind you that this is the way to do it. So congratulations.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And Ms. Perry is absolutely correct, Alvin. Under normal circumstances, when a general manager leaves, most of the staff are back at the office saying, "Ding dong, the witch is dead." Okay? So, and maybe, hey, I can get a promotion. He's gone. Yeah, but I think that when you turned around. Huh? I guess that just the show of the employees that are here should create a special feeling in your heart, and they're here for a reason. They're not here just to be seen. I believe that they're here because in the short time that I've had an opportunity to work for you, you realize, like we all do, that there's no such thing as perfection. But you always strive for perfection. And a lot of times, and I don't mean this as an insult to any other of our general managers or department heads, when you've been around a while, sometimes you lose that creativity. Sometimes you lose that desire to serve. With you, it was always creative thinking, outside of the box. Whatever you need, let me get it done. And the city will truly, truly miss you. And to touch on something that Mr. Smith said jokingly and Mr. Parks said seriously, members, I think it's in our best interest, and hopefully the mayor is listening, that we need to come up with a better way to compete with other government entities, and our staff should be paid at a level where we can compete, and hopefully we could keep you for another 35 years. We cannot continue to be the training ground for other governments throughout the United States of America. But I can just say there wasn't one thing, not one, no exaggeration, one thing that my office has ever requested of you that you didn't deliver on. And I will never forget that, and I will truly, truly miss you. And whoever takes your place will be grilled, because if he or she does not deliver for me like you did, I'm going to have some issues. I'm going to have some, and I may be little, but I'm wiry, okay? You do not want to argue with me. Anyway, Alvin, good luck to you. I wish you the best.
Thank you. Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Alvin and the whole team at General Service, to your family, this is what city service is all about. To be able to contribute to the people of Los Angeles and to support the workforce of Los Angeles. There's 55,000 workers who care for the 4 million people. And if you call 485-5801 and you talk to Beverly, she'll connect you to the right person in that team. And all of them down there. And Art, who keeps the fleet together, Eric, who runs the parades and special events, all of you, Tony. Alvin allowed all of us to do better to help all the people who serve the city. So I truly want to thank you for your service. I'm proud of you because you grew up in Los Angeles. You grew up in Gardena, a Mohican at the time. Now they're another name. I don't know what the Gardena high school team is now, but you grew up and you came to the work for the city of Los Angeles, and you work hard. And as John Muckery, your predecessor, told me long ago, he said, Alvin Blaine has the ability to get things done. And as all of my colleagues have spoke of, that's what it's about. You encouraged all these people, and I don't think anybody has had a turnout like this out the door. I know the fire inspector just called. He's on his way over here, so I better shut up right now. But Alvin, congratulations to your family for being such a wonderful public employee for the people of Los Angeles, and the very unforgotten role that General Services plays. Because last night I was on Cahuenga, and guess what happened? I was going to call you. The pipe broke in the second floor at Fire Station 27. And all the firemen were running around. They didn't know what to do. They needed to call General Services, and you were there for them. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this is a historic moment for me. I've been here about 2 years and 9 months, and I have never, ever, in those 2 years and 9 months, seen so many folks come to honor their boss. Are there people sitting down who are also with them? Stand up if you are. Stand up. Just want to see. And then I was told they're going out into the foyer. They wouldn't let them in to the building. Okay? Never. So what it says basically is you know how to treat people. You know how to treat people with respect. You know how to motivate them. You know how to make them feel good and feel happy and feel part of the family. As a civil servant, to get that kind of energy from the rank and file is extraordinary. This is extraordinary. There's been nothing like it. You are a true people person. And that people person characteristic is the characteristic of a good leader. Because it isn't about you, it's about everybody in the mix. And since you do services for all of us, our constituents would fill this room too, and then some, for what you've done. Onward and upward, and wherever you're going to go, there's a rumor about you, but I'm going to tell you this. The city's been great having you, and we wish you the best of success in your next life. See you. Bless you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just want to add my congratulations and my best wishes to you, Alvin, wherever you're on your way to. And I was chair of ITGS for a while, so you and I worked very closely on a number of issues. And I think someone else commented earlier that you are the kind of general manager that we really love working with, because I don't ever remember you saying no to me, ever. We didn't always accomplish everything that we intended to. I know it was my dream to renovate the LA Mall. You never said no to that idea, and we actually worked on that, and it hasn't happened yet. But I love that, and I think for all of us who serve the people, we want partners in our city family. We want partners who tell us how we can accomplish things. And I will tell you, General Services is the keeper of all of our public buildings. And I know one of the things I asked you to do, and you helped me do that, was in the San Pedro Municipal Building. That building always closed at 6 o'clock. We didn't have any guards there, and we found out that that was a public building, and that the neighborhood councils wanted to come and use that building for some of their meetings late into the night. And you graciously agreed to allow guards to work there up to 9 p.m. so that neighborhood councils could meet there and use that public space, which is intended for all of us. So I really want to thank you and acknowledge that you have had that great spirit of yes, and you've had that great spirit of working for the people of Los Angeles, wherever it was. And I really want to thank you for that cooperation that you always gave me, and good luck in all you do. And again, what a great testament to your leadership, having all these people show up to wish you well today.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. You know, it blows me away when I think in our conversations, when you mentioned you started off as a parking lot attendant. that you're able to go through the ranks and reach the heights you have without a college degree, without a master's. And yet your ability to move, to inspire, to have the type of influence you've had just goes to show you that the School of Hard Knocks is probably one of the greatest teachers you can have. And that's an inspiration for many of us who did start at the bottom, and those who are just starting your career. You can look to Alvin as a role model, I believe, as a mentor, and learn from all of his experiences. So for that, I thank you. I thank you as an individual, as a human being. Sometimes we get lost in our titles. We get lost on appearing on press conferences and the news. But it's the day-to-day things that make a difference. And that's what you never lost. You never lost sight of what was important. And for that, I thank you on behalf of the city and all of the city family that has benefited from that. But I understand there's a rumor out there, and you can confirm or deny, but is it your birthday today? Yes. Well, Alvin, happy birthday. I mean, if we were to all start singing, we'd be here all day. But Alvin, feliz cumpleaños. Did a great job. I look forward to seeing you, because now you can really enjoy your golden years. And I have a funny feeling you can be even busier later. So take care, and God bless. And thank you. Thanks for your family as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, members. Because you've taught me everything about efficiency, I will be extremely brief. They just don't make them better than Alvin Blaine. I appreciate everything you've done. The Office of Public Safety, which nobody mentioned as well, the creation of that, which was a big accomplishment in your time, too, we thank you for. And every single day we'll be trying to do our work in the same way that you have inspired us to do it, which is greater efficiency and the tremendous loyalty that surrounds you right now. So with that, we'll turn it over to you for your words, Alvin Blaine.
I guess first off, I'm speechless. I knew this day would come someday. I just didn't know it'd be quite like this. Be here with my family, my friends. And by the way, I consider all of you my friends. It's been a tremendous honor to work for the City of Los Angeles. And I've said it in budget hearings, I've said it all over, that I'm clearly not a smart man, but I had enough sense to surround myself with employees and listen to them. And I think if the City Council does that and the Mayor does that, the city will be in a very good place, because if you look behind me, those are the brains of GSD, and they make it happen. And you just point them in the right direction, ask them where you want to be, or tell them where you want to be and when you want to get there, and you get out of their way. And it's surprising, but they take you there every single day. So it's a little emotional for me. I've never been at the podium. I'm always at the table explaining something, but at the end of the day, it's not about what you do or what you accomplish. It's not the end, it's the journey. And I consider this 35 years, this long journey, a very successful journey with the friends that I've made, the relationships. And I want to thank all of you for giving me that honor to serve you. Thank you.
Give you a certificate. It's kind of big.
Alvin, out of respect for your professionalism and what you do for this city, I want to clarify something. I think that too many cynical people watching this would think, when they hear a Herb Wesson and a Reyes and a Hahn talk about how Alvin never said no to us. I need to clarify. Alvin didn't say yes and ask for more money. Alvin didn't say yes and increase his budget. Alvin said yes, and then he did it within the means we gave him. And that's out of respect for the taxpayer, and it's out of respect for the fact that he knows, because He knows his staff, and he knows the people that work for him well enough to know that they can do better, and they have, and they've always met that challenge because of his leadership. So I want to clarify for the public, this is not a man who said yes to the politicians and spent more of your money. This is a man who said yes because the community needed it, they needed that solution, and he did it within the means we gave him. So out of respect to you, Alvin, I think I needed to clarify that. I'd also like to say, something before I give you the biggest resolution I've ever given anybody. Now I know why my staff said, for some reason, GSE is going to do this resolution. But you remind me of when I was a little boy, and I used to go to work with my father. And he had a first grade education. And my brothers and sisters had started to go to college, and I told him that I wanted to go to college, and he encouraged me to do so. But I remember one day, we were working really hard. We were trying to cut down a tree. He was a gardener. We were trying to cut down a tree, and I was sitting there confused and perplexed as to how we were going to tie the rope on the tree and get it down so that it wouldn't hit a house. And then my father came up to me, and he looked at me, and he said, "Why don't you go grab an encyclopedia to figure out how to do the job?" And I looked at my dad, and I said, "The answer to this is not in an encyclopedia." And true to what Mr. Reyes had just said, Councilmember Reyes, Alvin Blaine didn't become the leader because of what he learned at school. Alvin Blaine became the leader that we all praise today and we all appreciate, and all these people are here to support because he learned from the school of hard knocks. He learned that the way to get things done, you're not going to learn it in a book. The way to get things done right and do the innovative things that we need to do to make this city run, you need to look into your heart, you need to look into your gut, and you got to have the guts to make the decisions and make things happen. Congratulations, Alvin Blaine. A little bit lower, just like this. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles,
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas, and thank you again, Alvin Blaine, ladies and gentlemen.
This is for you. Thank you very much.
And with that, we will return now for our general public comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas, and thank you, Mr. Blaine. Thank you to folks for their patience this morning as we went through that special presentation. We have a number of public comment cards here, but we'll start out in the San Fernando Valley today. Start with Donna Pearman. After that will be Sharon Brewer. So we'll go out to Van Nuys. Good morning, and thank you for your patience, Ms. Pearman.
Yeah, sure. Hello, handsome. Anyway, I think I will try another approach, City Council. I see this council act in a fair and just manner, so now I'll ask you to please help the city employees. Surely the lives and the families of city employees are more important than tall buildings for developers and more important than pleasing the CRA. I grew up in the Valley where the small store and restaurant could survive quite easily. The Valley had a small look. Stores stayed for 20 years or more. Now it's mega stores, stores that fly by night. I've seen Bob's Big Boys close up, New Hall Hardware, and really a great restaurant near the Valley College moved because of the Orange Line, no doubt, for progress. Why is big necessarily considered progress? I like the small look myself. Now let's go back to city employees. Why are people mad when the city employees get a well-deserved raise? When people are better paid, they have more to spend, more revenue. If we care about the living wage of the people who work in hotels and say it's the right and fair thing to do, they work hard and deserve it. Don't you think our city employees work hard? Firefighters, police, sanitation workers, teachers, DWP. Yet you speak about layoffs, days off without pay, and wish you never gave the last deserved raise. I don't work with the city, but I say say thank you. Please, council, thank the people who work in your district other than Alvinist Chipmunks. Sorry, only joking. Thank you, Mr. Blaine. Anyway, I want you to thank the people where it counts. Say, I won't go for these drastic measures. Everyone deserves a chance to better their lives, not just the recent immigrant, but American citizens and naturalized citizens, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, American Indians, and many more. And many of these are city employees, so please help the city employees, especially with all the new rates and raises that are coming up. They need more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sharon Brewer, also in Van Nuys. We'll return here for Don Duncan after that.
Hi, Sharon Brewer. Public comment. Update, Persian New Year, Sunday, March 30th, 2008, at Lake Balboa, 5 days away. Facts, as of yesterday, there still is nothing posted at Lake Balboa about this event and how it will impact public use. I still have not seen any information in either Valley Paper, Times, or Daily News. This year, number 5, is no different than the past 4 years with regards to the public, non-Farsi speaking, knowing anything about a major event at their local public park. All details regarding the specifics about this event are being discussed behind Recreation and Parks' closed door. I know that neither Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council or Encino Neighborhood Council have been informed of this event so that each neighborhood council could ask questions or let the public in English know about the Persian New Year event at Lake Balboa this Sunday. Question, why isn't Recreation and Parks and CD6 required to inform the local neighborhood councils about this upcoming event held within their boundaries, the Sepulveda Basin? My answer to this question is the Persian New Year event this Sunday at Lake Balboa, a public park, is not an event that the local communities would endorse. How could a neighborhood council endorse an event where a portion of a public park will be closed to the community unless they pay an admission fee to a promoter? Again, fee to this Persian New Year event goes to the promoter, not Recreation and Parks. The only way I find out specifics about this event is to ask the person at Recreation and Parks handling the permit specific questions. No information is volunteered. Last year, this event ended up causing a lot of problems with DOT on Balboa. The fire department had problems. LAPD had problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brewer. Next, we'll go to Don Duncan, who is here in council chambers. After that will be Sky Anderson. Is Don Duncan? There we go. Good morning, Mr. Duncan.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. My name is Don Duncan. I'm the California Director for Americans for Safe Access. We're a national medical cannabis advocacy organization. I've spoken to you before about issues regarding medical marijuana here in Los Angeles, and I am back today to discuss that unfinished business, which takes on new urgency. Since just last week, the Drug Enforcement Administration was back in Los Angeles, raiding 6 medical marijuana facilities in a coordinated paramilitary-style raid on one day. The raids also included raids at a personal residence here in the Los Angeles area as well. We have work to do in Los Angeles to regulate our local facilities that remains unfinished, and I want to encourage you, first of all, to move quickly to finish that work. We need regulations that protect patients and protect our community. But we also need to take a stand as a community, and I hope that you will take a stand as a council against the continuing federal interference and intimidation in our medical marijuana program. Last year, there were more than 50 DEA raids at medical marijuana facilities in California, and most of those happened here in Los Angeles. It's very crucial that this council stand united behind the patients and the caregivers who are trying their best to obey the laws and to be good neighbors here in Los Angeles. Next week, you're going to be voting on Senate Joint Resolution 20, which will call on the President and on Congress to stop the raids at facilities in California and to change federal law to allow states like California to have a medical marijuana program free of federal interference and intimidation. I would like to encourage each of you to support that measure and to vote in favor of that resolution. I would also encourage those of you on the council who have not done so to join your colleagues in standing up for medical marijuana patients and calling on the governor to take a visible stand and on calling on John Conyers to immediately convene hearings in the House Judiciary Committee to investigate the DEA tactic that is interfering in our ability to regulate medical marijuana facilities in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan. Mr. Zine, I know, wanted to respond as well to your comments as Mr. Anderson is coming forward.
To
Mr.
that,
Zine?
this council has supported the legislation. This council is on board medicinal marijuana, compassionate use. This council has supported that, along with our mayor. I personally sent a letter to the DEA asking them to back off on the issues in the city of Los Angeles. They did not respond to that. We are continuing to pursue that with the DEA. There's drug dealers they can take down, but they don't need to go after medicinal marijuana facilities, and this council is on board with your goal of helping people who need that for medicinal purposes. I just want to put that on the public record once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Anderson? Sky Anderson is our next speaker. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
I'm Sky Anderson, a resident of Los Angeles for 8 years, and I'm a community activist. I've just spent about 45 minutes listening to the city's employees and the city council telling how wonderful our government is. It's great public relations, but doesn't base it in reality. Here's a article in a major newspaper: terrorism in Los Angeles. Mr. Garcetti, you have a Drew Street in your district which is run by gang members, people that live in terror. I accused Mr. Gardanas of treason last time I was up here, and I want to explain that. Drugs and gangs are the growing menace in the United States. They threaten our very survival. Many of them are controlled by the Mexican mafia, and he obstructs the changing of the anti-gang programs to the mayor's office. The governor supports changing it to the mayor's office. The police chief, Mr. Broughton, supports changing it to the mayor's office. Sheriff Baca supports it changing to the mayor's office. The LA Times supports changing it to the mayor's office. The LA Times editorial writer Tim Rutten said, "The inefficiency," and I'm quoting and I'm paraphrasing, "the inefficiency of the city government in fighting gang can be measured by the amount of children who are brutally murdered." That's the LA City Council and our government. The mayor needs to get this. Mr. and Mrs. Hahn wants to raise $40 million in taxes to pay for the city gang membership, city gang programs, which are totally ineffective. And people won't vote for that. It needs to be in the mayor's office. One man can be held accountable. I have in here a TV show in which I document my experience of getting Mr. Hahn out of office, and because of that, I accuse him of terrorism in a press release. He fired Mr. Parks. As a result of that, we have Police Chief Broughton, which is the best police chief in the United States. We have the best police department in the United States. But it needs to be under the control of one person, the mayor, so he can be held accountable. Quit killing our children.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Our next speaker is Ziggy Cruz. After that will be Olga Hall. Good morning.
Good morning, council members, council president. I'm Ziggy Cruz, and I live in Hollywood. I'm also a member of the Hollywood City District Neighborhood Council. Today, the Plum Committee will hear appeals for the proposed luxury condominium development in Council District 13 called the Camerford Lofts. The City Planning Commission voted unanimously last December in opposition to this proposed development. Until early in 2007, the project site near Larchmont Village was the home for 48 historic affordable bungalow units dating back to 1916. Following the rapid eviction of approximately 150 extremely low-income tenants last summer, the developer bulldozed the site in February 2007. I would like to read to you a letter sent by the developer's representative to one of the residents on the site who had lived there for 29 years. It reads, "Dear Shinani, I'm writing to you as it appears obvious that you're choosing to avoid me. I'm very concerned that you appear to not want to deal with me and the fact that you're going to have to move. I understand that you have lived there for a long time and that it is painful for you, but the unfortunate fact is that you're going to have to relocate. Every other tenant who lives in the Camerford property, people who are seriously ill or have children or are seniors, have accepted that they are going to have to relocate. Now tell me what is different with you. You were offered $5,000 plus 2 months free rent, rent-free, which is a very generous offer that I may be able to improve on a little. However, I cannot help you if you do not contact me. Please, I urge you to call me so we can come to an agreement. This is very important that we resolve this very fast." I would say it is very heartening and disheartening, actually, to have developers coming into an area that has low-income taking out low income, a large number of low income, and then just simply replace it with an even smaller amount of low incomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. I think that is being continued today, and we're following that extremely closely as well and continuing to try to do what we can to mitigate that. So thank you for your comments. Olga Hall is our next speaker. After that will be Sarah Armstrong. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. In 1986, the Board of Refer Powers formed by 5 councilmen voted 5-0 in favor of giving the permit to build to the Autry National Center in Griffith Park. The Board of Refer Powers bypassed the Recreation and Parks Commission and the community. There were 112 written letters from the community in opposition to build the Autry. Only 2 were in favor. The Board of Refer Powers not only gave the permit to build, but leased 10 acres of public land for $1 a year for 50-year lease. At this time, Autry is again courting the City Hall to gain a new permit to double its in size. The largest structure in Griffith Park is going to double in size if City Hall allows it by bypassing once again the wishes of the community. Colonel Griffith gave this land to the people of Los Angeles, not to private foundations or interest groups. You are here to serve the people. You took an oath to serve the people. All of you know clearly right now what is on the table. You cannot say you ignore the issue. Autry has in his packets the law firm of Latham & Watkins, the architect Brenda Levin, the mayor, the councilman Wizard. We, the community, the people, do not have those resources. Whatever we do is volunteer work. We do not get paid for our time and expense, and our expenses come from our own pocket, not from taxpayers' money. We did not take an oath to serve the people. You did. And you must serve the people. Autry cannot have the permit to expand the Griffith Park. It belongs to the people.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Sarah Armstrong is our next speaker. After that will be Virgil Grant. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Armstrong. I sit on the working group that is helping to write the LA ordinance. We finished our work and anxiously await the input from different organizations. As you know, recently medical marijuana dispensaries were raided by the DEA. These raids took place in poorer areas. When the federal government comes in and shuts off these wonderful dispensaries, it's a huge problem for the poor. With gas prices the way they are and public transportation problematically continuing in the city, it creates a huge, huge problem for the sick and dying who are also carrying the additional burden of poverty. Although the LA City Council has been proactive, the DEA has chosen not to listen. I would like to call upon the City Council to resume its opposition, and a good start might be to refuse DEA grant money that impacts medical marijuana here. They did this in Hawaii and it worked very well. Another tactic might be to simply remove LAPD, who are cross-sworn as federal officers, from any contact with the medical marijuana community. In San Francisco, the ranking narcotics officer, Marty Halloran, who was thought to be cross-sworn, was removed from a very sensitive position where he was vetting dispensaries, and it really, really helped. I want to thank the LA City Council for all its efforts, and I want to urge you in the strongest possible terms to continue to resist these DEA incursions. When they happen in poor areas, it really, really makes it tough for people who are sick and dying and cannot travel and do not have the money to pay for a delivery service or use some other form. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armstrong. Virgil Grant is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning, President, Council. My name is Virgil Grant, and I am a medical cannabis provider. On March 20th, 2008, my shops and home was invaded by the DEA. They destroyed my shops, turned my house upside down. They stole my children's computers, birth certificates, passport, and other items and documents. They seized my wife's personal accounts along with our joint account, business accounts. Being able to function in a basic manner in the past few days has been a task, needless to say. As I tried to explain to my children what happened, they were puzzled, had puzzled looks on their face. My 13-year-old said, "Dad, didn't you say voting was important and your vote does count?" I said, "Yes." She then asked, "Wasn't Proposition 215 passed by the California voters?" I said, "Yes." She then asked, "Well, why does it seem like your vote didn't count?" Well, I had to explain the difference between federal and state law, which didn't make sense to her. And after explaining it to her, it didn't make much sense to me and probably doesn't make much sense to a logical person. I am asking for California officials, local and state officials to take action in the cannabis industry. The DEA has stepped up their efforts in the attacks, and I am asking City Council, state and local officials to step up their efforts in stopping these type of attacks against our industry, against Californians and Angelenos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next card actually has no name on it. It just says Sunland Tahunga Neighborhood Council. Is there somebody from Sunland Tahunga? Could you please give us your name and step forward as our next speaker? Thank you.
My name is Lydia Grant, and I'm from the Sunland Tahunga Neighborhood Council.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
The first thing I'd like to say is, as we get on to other issues and neighborhood council representatives speak, it's important to remember that each of those people represents a large number of people that never could fit into this building. Our community represents I represent between 60 and 70,000 people in our community. The thing I put on the card was 10355 Woodward. That is an address that I need to make sure everybody in this room understands. 10355 Woodward is a second property address for the Home Depot site in Sunland. The city, or the Los Angeles Unified School District, to this day has not been notified of any construction being done near their building. That school is less than 450 feet away. There are CEQA guidelines, there are South Coast Air Quality Management guidelines, and every one of those has been totally ignored because the property has the address 8040 Foothill. But the reality is the majority of that building sits at 10355 Woodward, and that has been ignored by everybody. The backroom deal that was made by the city attorney's office, which now calls us a special interest group, which actually we're just a community, still has not notified LAUSD of this deal at all. I represent education in our community and the safety of our students. If you think a lawsuit with Home Depot could be ugly, think how ugly it's going to be if there is a massive breakdown in that building during an earthquake and students are killed. The lawsuits then are going to be tremendous. Make sure that you guys put the pressure on people to follow every rule, not just the ones that they would like to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Our next speaker is Yamileth Bolanos. After that will be William Morrison. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yamilet Bolaños. I'm a registered voter that resides in the city of Los Angeles. I'm also a medical marijuana patient and a dispensary owner-operator. Last year I came here to urge the council to move ahead with regulation and the ICO. I then urged my colleagues to also register with the city so that we could all be compliant and be operating as we're supposed to. And worked on the working group with the city. And 5 months ago got an email that said that they were done with this, that we had given them all the information that they needed and they would proceed without us. That was 5 months ago. 3 weeks ago, several dispensaries that had never published their name anywhere, had never been in any advertisement, there was no way the DEA could get their names except on the registration list of the city of Los Angeles, received letters from the DEA to their landlords. Wednesday night, I'm also part of Greater Los Angeles Caregivers Alliance, which we strive to operate under a higher standard, this dispensaries in Los Angeles. Well, Wednesday night, we accredited Western Caregivers, and they were the first dispensary rated Thursday morning. It kind of feels like, to me, that the city has let us hang out to dry because nothing's happening. I've asked several times what's happening with the working group, how are they moving ahead, and no one has a good answer for me. So I'm here to urge you guys to find out what's going on, if we're moving forward, and how we're moving forward. And I have some information for you as well. This year, the state of California collected $100 million in tax revenue from dispensaries like ours here in Los Angeles. So if you guys can't bring it upon yourselves out of your goodness of your heart and because you're compassionate to make this right for us, then maybe you guys can do it for the money because there's a lot there and the city needs it. Thank you so much.
William Morrison is our next speaker. Thank you. And Michael Levitt will follow that.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Council President. It's always a pleasure being here. Actually, I'm going to talk about, I know that's going to be on the agenda item coming up, but I know I'm on a very busy schedule being your Republican delegate for the 45th Assembly District. This past weekend, my godson was asking me, why am I looking over old memos? In the 14th District, there was a memo that was given to me several years back in 2003, which there was supposed to be a water treatment plant on Cesar Chavez and Mission Road, which was never completed. If the Department of Water and Power has not completed any of these projects and the infrastructure, I don't see why they need an increased rate in our water rates. Now, this was on one standpoint.
Mr. Morrison, I'm very sorry. I apologize, but we actually can't hear out of order something that is on the agenda. So if you want to give us general public comments, but
Okay,
we can't
general
talk about the
public
water
comments. Okay,
rates before we
on
actually
those
take
issues,
it up.
then, since that's what I came to speak about, that's one of the things that has to be looked into. So I don't know if I can stay here for item 2, but I will stay for item 2. And then one of the other things is public safety on our kids, since this was a major issue that came up. Also, we're in Council District 1, and there are pellet guns which kids take to school, which are the pellet guns that shoot those little rubber pellets that look like real guns. I was passing by Nightingale Junior High School, and these kids were shooting at some other kids with those pellet guns. So these are one things that need to be banned from these kids from taking them to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Appreciate your understanding. Michael Levitt is our next speaker. After that will be Jose Aguilar. Good morning, Mr. Levitt.
Hello. Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you very much.
We got 11:10. We're still good in the morning.
Okay, all right then. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am Michael Levitt. I am not only do I live in Canoga Park now, I was born right here in the city of Los Angeles, and I am a medical marijuana patient. Originally, I was a patient. I decided to bring safe access to Canoga Park, opening up a medical cannabis collective, the first of its kind ever in the city of Canoga Park. I paid taxes. I paid my state and sales tax as well as federal tax. It was a big surprise to me to find out, and I was doing legal commerce here in the state of California. It was a big surprise to me to find out that the DEA could send a letter to my landlord telling them that if I did not vacate the premises, that their property was in exposure to being confiscated by the federal government, which basically extorted me out of a legal California business where I'd been paying taxes to you. Now, not only do I know that isn't fair, but I'm not even sure if that's legal. I come today appealing to you to go forward with the regulations that we started here in the city of Los Angeles so we can stop the DEA from coming in and disrupting legal California commerce. Not only that, but it is impeding funds that can go to the city and state that are going to be greatly appreciated. I want to thank you for hearing me, and I hope you'll urge that the Planning Land Use Committee Working Management Group for the city continue with regulation so we can possibly get the DEA off of our backs and proceed with what is California fair and legal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments today. Jose Aguilar is our last speaker in general. Oh, I'm sorry, just before that.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hold on, Mr. Aguilar. Hold on one second. Yes, Ms. Hahn, did you want to respond to that briefly?
Clarification here today that I have asked our CLA to reconvene the working group with planning and LAPD to address the very issues that you all are talking about. Apparently before, the police department was running it and the city attorney said that they didn't really need to be doing that anymore. So now we're going to restart it from another angle with the CLA working with LAPD and the planning department. So I've asked that, and that working group should be reconvened very shortly.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Sorry, Mr. Aguilar, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jose Aguilar.
Sorry, if
I'm
you
a
could just-
contributor to the Voice newspaper. I want to state here for the record what happened. 200 people plus came against the Las Villas development in Lincoln Heights. The Carmelite nuns were the appellants to that. A lot of criticism was bestowed upon the church because they have alcohol events. Well, the reason the church is involved because the Carmelite nuns are clustered nuns. They cannot go out into the world and deal with world politics. They're supposed to be locked up behind closed doors. They're not supposed to be out in the world. That's why the church, Father Mario, took on this issue. Okay, that's the big dilemma there. The other dilemma is that there's a lot of zoning variances that are being violated. You have 100 machine arcade. You have alcohol. You have a banquet hall, and you also have 5 rival gangs vying for control of that area right around where this Las Villas development is being built. Plus, you got 5 schools. You got grade schools, preschools, including the nunnery has a preschool there, and the Carmelite nuns were completely ignored. And this is something that I find amazing, that this city council could look upon the Carmelite nuns who provided 46 years of service to the Northeast community, educating preschoolers, educating our communities for 46 years, and now the Carmelite nuns might find themselves out of the Northeast due to the actions of this city council. And then I heard a rumor that Mr. Reyes actually told the nuns, it was a rumor, that how much power he has. Well, I wonder if that power is bestowed by this city council to him to actually give him the audacity to say that to these nuns. You know, I am very dismayed that this city council is on the verge of displacing the Carmelite nuns' 46 years of service. And I got these newspapers to distribute to the city council right here.
Thank you. All right, that closes our general public comment for today. Well, if we can take up the first 2 items together, please.
Yes, Mr. President, you wish to take up items 2 and 6 together.
Please. Thank you. We do have cards on item number 2. Ms. Perry, as chair of the committee, would you like to hear the comment cards first on item 2? Okay. All right. Humberto Camacho is our first speaker on item 2. After that will be Mary Garcia. We're going to set the clock to 1 minute to try to get as many folks in as possible because we have quite a few cards and we want to hear from as many voices as we can. So Humberto Camacho and then Mary Garcia will follow that, then Candido Maras.
Good morning. My name is Humberto Camacho. I'm a member of the Pico Union Neighborhood Council. The problem that we have with the Department of Water and Power is the following. The multi-rate increases that DWP is demanding has no room for bargaining with the ratepayers, and it does not guarantee that 100% of the revenues are going to go for infrastructure only. There is no written guarantee that DWP is not coming back in the next 10 years and ask for another increase. If you vote for the WP demand or rate increases, because it's what it is, demand, they're not bargaining, you will be signing a blank check that you don't have to pay, but the payments that we have to do is ourselves, the ratepayers, whether we can afford it or not. If he's correct and he's willing to do that, sign an agreement, there's going to be 100% for infrastructure, no more increase in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Camacho. Mary Garcia is next. After that is Candido Maras. Okay, we'll hold her card. Go ahead, Mr. Maras.
Thank you, Mr. President, Council members. You have a very difficult decision to make today. I would like to thank 2 groups, though. I want to thank the Neighborhood Council DWP Oversight Committee, the Executive Committee, Soledad Garcia, Jack Humphreys, Dr. Dan Wiseman, Daniel Venegas, and Jeff Block. They have done an outstanding job representing Neighborhood Council, and we want to thank you for that. That little lady there is a giant amongst people. She is unbelievable. So, bravo. I would also like to thank the Department of Water and Power, the new management under David Nahai. All of you know that I've been fighting DWP since 2004. And in the last 3 months, he's done more in the last 3 months than his predecessors did in 2 to 3 years and those before them. I've been here before the council since 1991. You probably recall General Manager Waters, when he was insulting, sat there and laughed at the council. Greg Smith, I think you remember that. So we've come a long way. The problem is, or shall I say, first of all, am I done?
Yes, we have a minute per person.
Let me, if I can just finish, sir.
Last sentence.
My question is that the department says they need the rate increase. My question is, do you feel the ratepayers can afford it with housing at its worst, food at its worst, gas at its worst?
Thank you,
Can we
Mr.
really afford the increase?
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ziggy Cruz is our next speaker. After that will be Katie Carlson. Good morning again.
Morning again. I'm here this time on behalf of the NC. I'm the liaison for the HSDNC to the DWP and the Oversight Committee. I have submitted a letter on behalf of the NC, which all of you should have in front of you. It seems like right now there are still some uncertainties even amongst the council members. One of them was regarding the outreach that was conducted to the community. I'm a renter. I'm also a low-income resident, and I have spoken to some of the DWP representatives about 2 weeks ago to get one application to see if I qualify for the refrigerator exchange program. I'm still waiting for it. I have not received it. Now, that can be coincidence, whatever it is. Anyway, the time is running out for all of us that can barely afford to stay in our homes due to the current economic situation. And if we continue just, with the increasing of things that are a necessity, we might have to start building other necessity, which are homeless shelter and convalescent home. Why can't we just learn from Alvin Blaine and deal with the money that is available to us and make it work? That's pretty much what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ziggy. Katie Carlson is our next speaker. And then we'll go to Mary Garcia right after.
My name is Katie Carlson. I'm Vice President of Harbor Gateway South Neighborhood Council. Our neighborhood supports the DWP Oversight Committee's January 5th, 2008 resolution, which requests that the City Council not approve any LADWP rate increase until information and recommendations of the IEA survey can be provided to the mayor, council members, controller, and the general public, so as we have informed decisions. In addition, no multi-year rate increases. DWP needs to be evaluated every year, and we need the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Garcia is our next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning. I was taking a water break. I'd like to just say that we have solar power, we do have the technology for every home in Los Angeles to be able to utilize this power. And I think that it's regrettable that we don't make it affordable to everybody, not just people in the higher income brackets. So I think we should look at that. And also I think it should be mandatory for new developments. We're talking here of millions of people coming to the city, and we're not doing anything about it. Also, I'm a member of the Midtown North Hollywood Neighborhood Council, and we feel that the DWP can do better without the proposed rate hikes. And please think about that with your conscience. Thank you.
Daniel Villegas is our next speaker. After that will be Don Justin Jones.
As you're well aware, the neighborhood councils, the certified neighborhood councils, have voted, agendized. They have gone with the Brown Act. They have not done anything that they were not supposed to do. They voted. It took them 2 to 3 weeks just to agendize their issue on the Department of Water and Power, whether they would be in accord with the rate hikes or not. Over 85% of the neighborhood councils, which represent, each one represents out of 75 certain neighborhood councils, each one represents close, on the average, 100,000 inhabitants in your areas. So we need to listen to what the neighborhood councils are saying. They're not so much against the infrastructure. They're so much against, they don't know how this money is being spent. Mr. Smith has given an amendment and has introduced Am I?
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I thought we had 2 minutes.
no,
It's down to 1 minute.
Sorry, it was one. But if you'd like to submit that to the Sergeant at Arms, we'd be happy to take a look at that. So thank you very much, Mr. Villegas. Don Justin Jones is our next speaker. After that will be Billy Hayes.
Good morning. I'm on the Neighborhood Council from El Sereno, and while we have not met on the issue before you, the Economic Development Committee has met and asked the basic question. We believe that revenue must be increased, that's clear, but other methods must be studied before the rate increase as the first priority. We have looked at the principles of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and Climate Change of July the 3rd, 2007, and we believe that if the priorities were reversed, that if priority was given to emission trading, that there are environmental breakthroughs that could be used by the department not for compliance but to increase revenue through sales of the resulting technology to generate credits that are fungible on the open market that could generate revenue to the city of Los Angeles from this area. Carbon credits are trading in Europe now at $18 a ton. To have this as our last position seems to be ripe for re-examination so that we can generate revenue and not have to rely on a rate increase. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Billy Hayes is our next speaker. After that is Brendan Huffman.
Good morning. My name is Billy Hayes. I'm with the Foothill Trail District Neighborhood Council. This morning was very uplifting to see Mr. Alvin Blaine here and have the council, how they talked about him and his way he handled the department. And it's funny that you talk about what he's done, and then we look at the Department of Water and Power, and the first thing they come in and they say, give us more money. It's not what we can do. And I listened to Mr. Cardenas, and he said it takes guts to make these type of decisions, and we don't seem to be showing any guts from the Department of Water and Power. Now, the mayor has already shown that he has no concern about the charter, so he's not concerned about the IEA. I would hope this council would stand up for the charter and not pass this rate increase without first doing the IEA and the study that's required. And it says each survey shall be made in consultation with the mayor, the city council, and ascertain if the survey department is operating in the most efficient and economic manner. So I would hope that the council would do that.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Brendan Huffman is our next speaker. After that is Daniel Weissman.
Can you set it up where you...
Daniel Weissman will follow Brendan Huffman.
Good morning, council members. Brendan Huffman with VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. We don't always come before you and say we are supporting a rate hike, so this is an exception. We've looked at this issue carefully for the past 3 years and determined that as the cost of doing business has increased significantly in California, so has the cost of running a utility. One of the things that makes LA's business climate competitive is the LA Department of Water and Power. Our utility rates are relatively lower and much more reliable than other cities throughout the state and the country. There are two things I want to point out, though, about VICA's position. One is that we appreciate the inclusion of a citizen oversight committee to make sure that the rate hike proceeds are put into infrastructure. The other thing we want to say is that we continue to urge you not to transfer funds out of DWP into the city's general fund. Thanks for listening. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Weissman?
Members of the council, may I have your attention, please? Do we have your attention? Have you been paying attention to us?
Yes, you do, Mr. Weissman. Please continue.
Mr. Garcetti, now you have before you a sheet that says make everybody happy. There's no way that I can read this 2-minute thing, but would you pick it up and take a look at it? Please pick it up and take a look at it. You can spend your own 2 minutes and read what it says. If you follow what Mr. Smith had suggested, you will automatically give the department $63 million to start spending right now. If you listen to 66 of the 75-member councils in the Oversight Committee, you will hear the voice of 3 million people of your constituents. If you draft, receive, consider, and expect that we do not raise the rates on May 1st, but we do raise the rates on July 1st, and we do not raise the rates on July 1st, 2009. You will be giving something to everybody. I believe you'll be making everyone happy. I think you've got the last chance opportunity to do so, and I hope you do so today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weissman. Lydia Grant is our next speaker. After that is Jose Aguilar.
Hi, I'm Lydia Grant. I'm the education representative on the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council. The reason I'm here today is because I'm very disappointed to hear about this rate increase. I would like to ask a question. How many politicians does it take to take away everything from our children? We are already fighting a battle with education and all the money that's being taken away. Parents cannot afford to continue this nickel and diming to death. They're having a hard time keeping a roof over their children's heads. And now education is going to be even harder for the parents because the programs still have to continue, and the parents are going to have to help support those too. Our children are our future. Please remember that and don't continue the takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. After that is Barbara Monahan Burke.
I'm a member of the Ball Heights Neighborhood Council. I'm also a contributor to The Voice, and I want to state for the record that I want this city council to follow due process. Due process means follow the charter. Following the charter means giving us a IEA survey, which is like an audit, and then also I want the city council to follow the MOU and give the city councils 120 days to review the survey. And then, once the neighborhood council provide their input, then and only then could it be referred to the city council. Also, I want the city council to pull out of this lawsuit against the Apartment Owners Association, pull out of the lawsuit, have the money, $60 million plus that's sitting in the bank, okay, give it right back to DWP, and then have them simply use that for relief of rate increases, okay, and infrastructure uses. It's a very simple formula. Do it, okay? There's $5 gasoline. People are going to be suffering out there, so watch out because you're voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilar. Barbara Monahan Burke is our next speaker. Good morning.
Morning, Honorable City Council. Barbara Monahan Burke, board member of the Studio City Neighborhood Council. The Studio City Neighborhood Council requests you, the City Council, to ensure the expeditious completion of the IEA survey. This would be required by the Charter, too, and do not approve any LADWP rate increase actions until the information and recommendations of the survey can be considered to make an informed decision by all. The city has to complete required reports in a timely manner, attached not only to this DWP issue, but also to others. We find time and time again the city has not done required reports. In order to have the operation of transparent government, we have to have this information out there for all to see and consider. Wait until it's ready to consider it, and then work on possible rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. William Morrison is our next speaker. After that will be Diane Rare.
Once again, I'm going to be very blunt. Let's give DWP 120 days to show all the infrastructure that they have done, in which case I have former council members from Council District 14 that gave me a memo from 2003 on a water treatment plant that is not on Mission Road and Cesar Chavez. So if they can prove where they spent this money and this infrastructure on all these pilot programs that they were supposed to be doing, then maybe they need to increase. But now I don't see why they have special interests in Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, where DWP owns property. And since I did my research and my homework, I believe the council should start doing their homework before they give them this increase. Remember, you are getting paid to do your research. I do not get paid to do my research. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Rare is next from the Encino Neighborhood Council. Diane Rare. Oh, okay. Arde Thien is our next speaker. After that will be Zed Knoll.
It's hard for us to hear you.
I'm sorry, the Diane Rare, Encino Neighborhood Council. Is Diane Rare here? If not, then our next speaker is Arde Athien,
Yes,
and Zed
my name
Knoll
is
will be our
Arde
next
Athien.
speaker after that.
Yes. I'm here to give you the sentiment of our neighborhood association. It's called Larchmont Village Neighborhood Association, and also the Greater Wilshire and the Hancock Park Neighborhood Voice. You might imagine that we are wealthy, we are in a better part of the city. However, with all those tax increases that we're experiencing, not to mention those divorce court industries that burden us with all kinds of payments and orders to pay, we have become just almost totally afraid to look at our water and power bill. It is the highest of our three bills, and it keeps going higher. Water and power is famous for its ability to distribute funds here and there, and is never cash-strapped like other agencies.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Diane Rose.
Oh, Rose, I'm sorry. I couldn't read the writing. My apologies, Ms. Rose.
All right. With the Encino Neighborhood Council, I'm the chair of the Planning and Land Use. The Encino Neighborhood Council voted unanimously to oppose the DWP's request for a rate increase at its September 26, 07 meeting. We feel that the increases will destabilize the middle class, breadbasket, working class neighborhoods. And we feel that there's a better way to price the water and power, and one that is fair to all the ratepayers. One, charge the developers of all new projects an adequate marginal cost surcharge on all new projects that are going to impact the city's infrastructure. Two, apply marginal cost pricing to all new ratepayers on the system, taking the impact and the burden of new development off the back of the middle-class working neighborhoods. Thank you.
Zed Null is our next speaker. Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. After Zed Null will be Rourke Reagan.
President Garcetti and members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to address you. You may notice that I'm wearing a red shirt, and I'm also wearing a black hat. The black hat is because Hopalong Cassidy proved that even people who wear black hats were good people. The red is to let everybody know that we're in the red, especially if we're seniors. More than 25 years ago, this city had the neighborhoods build solar collectors to try and save power. After all the apartment owners got their rebates, the system is now sitting and rusting because nobody's paying to upgrade that. They promoted that as an idea to get people to rent in upgraded buildings. In February, the seniors got a 2.5 increase, about $25 a month. Now you want to propose a 3.1% monthly increase. So whatever increase the seniors got in their monthly awards is now going to be taken away to pay for increased charges in water and power.
Appreciate your comments
I don't think
today.
that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Rourke Reagan is our next speaker. After that is David Hernandez. Good morning.
Good afternoon. I'm Rourke Reagan with the Greater Cypress Park Neighborhood Council. We voted on Tuesday to not support the rate increases and to follow the MOU and the Oversight Committee's recommendations. Also, I tried to do a community impact statement, but since they changed their rules saying that we have to have the minutes, it's kind of difficult for a neighborhood council to get its minutes within a week, believe it or not. So a lot of the communities cannot put a CIS on this. So that's something to look at because you cannot put it online without the attachment now. That's kind of a new thing that we were never notified about. So please do not support this. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. David Hernandez is next. After that will be Neadros Bridgeforth.
Good morning, David Hernandez, live in Valley Village. First of all of us can agree that, especially following the fires and the floods, that the men and women that are out there working in the field with the Department of Water and Power do an incredible, amazing job that should be recognized and appreciated. And what is being talked about today is not their performance, but those that are in governance of that department. Many of you have worked extremely hard. Councilmember Hahn has been a champion for neighborhood councils, many of you others as well. This is what happens when you invite the public to get involved in the process. They've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort doing what you've asked them to do, and so they are here today asking you to get a return on your investment of time and city resources and bringing them to the table. Until the funds from the Department of Water and Power do not go out the back door into the general fund, there cannot be a raise in the rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Neojos Bridgeforth. After that is Steve Twining.
My name is Neodris Bridgeforth. I'm from the Harbor North Gateway Neighborhood Council. We feel that the Department of Water and Power is responsible for the failure to complete the survey on a timely basis. The Board of Commissioners and DWP knew that the survey was required and should have taken the initiative to complete the survey on a timely basis and not blame the controller, the city council, and the mayor. The OSC recognizes the 10 years of costs of neglected infrastructure maintenance and the service reliability issues. We strongly urge and support the need to remedy this neglect. There must be a mechanism to assure that funds are directed to overcome these problems and not go to other areas. Thank you.
Steve Twining. After that will be Sal Borman.
Good morning, Council. I'm Steve Twining, President Emeritus Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council. Neighborhood councils were formed as a response to the secession movement. Now, under the superb leadership of Soledad Garcia and Jack Humphreyville, a realistic analysis of the DWP finances is occurring. Single-family homeowners are under attack. The proposed trash fee increase up to $39. Huge increases in DWP fees due to pass-throughs are coming. We respectfully request that a delay in increases in water and electricity bills until the IEA survey can be provided to the mayor, city council, controller, and general public. I'd like to congratulate the council on the Las Lomas decision. Don't forget Ponte Vista, which is coming up. The senior citizens, of which I'm one, our cost of living under Social Security wouldn't even cover one of the increases. And also, there are $53 million in claims against the DWP because of electric outages.
Thank you very much, Mr. Twining. Ms. Borman is next, and then Olga Hall will be followed.
Good morning. I'm Seal Borman from the Foothill Trails District Neighborhood Council. Our Neighborhood Council supports the Department of Water and Power Oversight Committee. The resolution requesting that the City Council take an ethical position and not approve any Los Angeles Department of Water rates increase. In this time of economic downturn, we need to tighten our belts and not raise the rates. And we hope that the City Council will hear our voices and not make these rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Olga Hall is our next speaker, then after that is B.J. Minot.
Yeah, hello. You have been given and also power, a power to rule over the people and to protect them. You need to calm down and live like we live, to know what it's like to have to pay tax after tax after tax. For you, it's very easy. Excuse me, I want your attention, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Ms. Hall.
Time after time, you add one more tax. That's not right. Come down and live in our shoes, and then you will understand. What would it be if your salary was cut in half, and you had to live within those means? That's what you need to understand, that every single tax that you put on us makes us suffer. It makes our life more hard. Thank you.
BJ Minot is our next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is BJ Minot. I'm a stakeholder with the Harbor Gateway North Neighborhood Council. And this is really, I want to talk to our council person, Janice Hahn. When we brought you to our 135th Street Neighborhood Watch, we invited you to come and explain about neighborhood councils. And Mayor Reardon at the time was against neighborhood councils. You reassured the people that you would make sure that their voices were heard. The people have told you time and time again that they don't want an increase. We cannot afford an increase. I also am representing the IRAPS, which is the In-Home Supported Services Recipient and Provider Sharing. These are people that are working below the City of Los Angeles rate of $9 an hour if they pay for insurance and $10 if they don't. This, I'm asking you, Councilwoman Hahn, to talk to your colleagues and say no. As Mr. Blaine said to you,
Thank you.
do it within the means that you already have. And you promised that that's what you was going to do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please stick to your word. I believe that you will, and I'm counting on you to do so.
Our next speaker is Todd Martin. Todd Martin? Mr. Martin here? Todd Martin? After Mr. Martin will be Soledad Garcia.
Star City, members of the council, my name is Todd Martin. I'm here representing the Midtown North Hollywood Neighborhood Council, an area that includes some 60,000 people. Thank you. By now, I believe you're all familiar with the main issues, the failure of the DWP to produce the required IEA report so that you, the City Council, can accurately and fairly determine whether or not the DWP requires their proposed rate increase. This failure on their part to produce this report strongly suggests that such a report will not support their demand, else it would have been produced. Until its production, I ask that you await any action concerning the proposed rate increase. Once that report is issued, you will be in a position to make a determination as to whether or not that rate increase is merited or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Soledad Garcia is our next speaker. After that will be Trevor Grimm.
Before I begin, Mr. Garcetti, before I begin, could I be off the clock for a minute? I'd like to thank the remaining neighborhood councils who are here to stand. Is that all right with you?
Go ahead. If you stand up, we'll give you a couple seconds extra. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. We'll reset the clock.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Soledad Garcia, Chair of the Oversight Committee. I bring to you the concern that we have of DWP's lack of MOU compliance. This is not the venue for discussion. However, this is a request for a resolution for this concern, and I believe it's in order at a future time. As Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council Board member and Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, the Council is urged to withhold making a decision for 3 or 4 months on the contractor's draft IEA, which can come up on or before July. It's not for the public, it's just for you. DWP's Board of Commissioners issued a resolution on February 8th declaring a $250 million surplus. If DWP has the surplus, it doesn't need a rate increase. There is $66 million in water.
Thank
Please
you,
use it well.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Trevor Grimm is next. After that, we'll go to Van Nuys for Donna Pearman.
Mr. President and members, thank you. I'm Trevor Grimm. I'm here at the invitation of Soledad Garcia and one of the attorneys involved in a case entitled City of Los Angeles versus all persons, which coincidentally goes to trial tomorrow, and the result of which could be $63 million going back to the Department of Water and Power and not transferred to the City of Los Angeles General Fund. So I think it's premature to consider a rate increase till we find out how much money should go back to the department, if any at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Donna Perriman is our next speaker in Van Nuys. And after Ms. Perriman will be Heinrich Kiefer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I wish all these people were protesting about the DWP rates, those when they had a big bunch of people. Perhaps they were caught off guard. First, we need accountability. How is this money going to be spent? The DWP has been known to waste our money. The rates are high enough. People are hardworking and their bills are extremely high enough. Do people have to pay in segments? You haven't justified asking more from the middle class. Our city employees and others now need more to afford these rate increases. Also like the DWP to prove how they spend their money. I myself see lots of waste. Developers running lights all night long and building fountains, using our money even with recycling, building huge condos with property taxes being so high now. You hit us with those higher rates. Please don't raise our rates. So many people don't even know about to protest these DWP rates. I never even saw that survey. So many voices are not being
Thank you very much.
held, so please
Thank
don't
you.
raise it.
Heinrich Kiefer is our next speaker. After Mr. Kiefer will be Nancy Woodruff.
Yes, my name is Heinrich Kiefer. I'm the immediate past president with the Historic Highland Park Neighborhood Council, and our council has taken a position to support the DWP MOU Oversight Committee's position on not raising the rates, at least until the EIA study is completed. And I would further call to your attention that, the neighborhood councils do have a purpose, and I think you would agree that it's a tremendous investment in the communities to empower us, to ask us to come forward and be a partner. We can do a lot more. Certainly as a 30-year retired plumbing contractor, I know what it is to have infrastructure, and we'd like to be a player. We'd like to be part of the solution. So listen, work with us, and when the EIA is completed, hopefully we can make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer. And Nancy Woodruff is next.
Hello, I'm Nancy Woodruff. I'm with the Foothill Trails District Neighborhood Council, more specifically with Latuna Canyon Association. When the Canyon Association members and I started to discuss the increases, and they were made aware of the fact, as was I, that the council was supposed to have completed a 5-year survey, which I understand the last of which was done in 2006. They were absolutely amazed that there was going to be increases without any accountability as to how the DWP was actually functioning as a unit. Consequently, they are very much opposed of any increases until such surveys, IEA, be completed. They are also at this point wondering why we can't have yearly audit surveys of DWP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woodruff. That ends our public comment cards for today. I'd like to return back to the chair of our Energy and Environment Committee, Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And today is a culmination of a long and deliberative process of vetting and public outreach, not only on behalf of the committee, but on behalf of the Department of Water and Power, and reaching out to various communities. A couple of things that have been said but should be said again. Infrastructure needs to be repaired. Transformers are old. System has put people at risk. We've already seen that in the course of 2 heat storms in the last 2 summers. And as of yesterday, we're getting warm already. Myself personally, I'm concerned for Skid Row and making sure that the people over there are ready for what may appear to be yet another hot summer. The need is clear, but there is hesitation. There is hesitation among my colleagues and among other members, and I hope that people express themselves today. Some of it has to do with trust. Some of it has to do with long-term approaches and defining them now as we move forward to the future. And even for me, as someone who's inclined to be supportive, we need to know not only for ourselves but for the public, what will we get on our return and in what time frame will we get it. We have a number of motions that are on your desks now to address the issues of time frames, on oversight, on monitoring, on the power side and the water side. But I have to say that this is a monumental decision that we make, if we make it today, and I'm not convinced that we will. But it's one that, and there's no need to clap. There's no need to clap. I'm not saying that for editorial reasons. I'm just saying it's a monumental decision, and that I hope that as many people as are here today give their input, give their insight, and some of this is reflected in the motions that have already been introduced today, and I think that they are good, and hope that they'll go back to committee and we'll be able to work together jointly through Budget and Finance, Public Works, and through my committee to stratify, to make more finite, to be more specific, to make sure that we give even higher level of assurance not only to the ratepayers but to the entire city of Los Angeles and to ourselves. So with that, I'll stop speaking for now and then allow others to speak and then come back towards the end.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. We have some other speakers on the queue, starting with Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I could have the department come up, representatives, as well as Jerry Miller from the CLA. Thank you. And Mr. Smith, I don't want to steal your thunder, so I want to ask some of the questions of, as not present at the meeting when some of this discussed. As Ms. Perry mentioned, there are a lot of questions and issues. And I think just to start off, and I believe the neighborhood councils would say this too, is the importance of ensuring we have a reliable source and infrastructure to support that. And clearly, I know in my district last year, the infrastructure was not there, and we have not invested over the years. Part of the reason we're in this trouble is that prior to any of you being on the commission or being a general manager, and many of us being elected, there were certain things that did not happen. And so we stand here before you today, specifically, I think, with that in mind as we go forward. There are a couple of motions which all of my other colleagues will talk about, is the representation and ensuring an oversight committee, which I think several of us introduced motions weeks or months ago that I know will be addressed, and ensuring that there is adequate representation. Because for better or worse, the public is concerned about the reliability and accountability, and so we just want to be able to assure them. And I know from both the Commission President and from the General Manager that you equally agree with that. There are two motions that were introduced, and one, as I told Mr. Smith, I had some questions on the legality issues and seconded it for discussion purposes today, which is on the $65 million on the water side that is being held. Because I think people feel if, in fact, we lose that lawsuit, how is that money going to be used, and ensuring that if we happen to lose that lawsuit, how will that impact infrastructure / rate increases for the public. And so the motion before you suggests potentially that we go ahead and use that money today, because we don't know for another year whether or not, I think that's the timing that the CLA had indicated to me. There are two options. One is to say we don't want to have the increase, we're going to use that $65 million. The other is, since we don't know and the potential for balancing budget items is before us yesterday in the future, second option would be to go ahead and approve it today, the water rate increase, but if we lose the lawsuit, how will that impact in the future water rate increases? So if I could just maybe ask both the General Manager and CLA to kind of respond to that. And
All right.
my time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gruhl. And let me use this
I have a lot of my constituents here today, just so you heard.
And we hear them too, and we hear their concerns. I've been to the Valley Alliance and the Citywide Alliance and the Venice
You were there
Neighborhood
for a
Council.
couple hours, I think, on Saturday. I followed you.
Right. We were there together, and reliability and accountability is exactly what this is about. And we want the residents of Los Angeles to have the assurance that the money voted for a specific purpose is going to be used for that specific purpose. So we have no argument with the concept of an oversight committee whatsoever. Now, regarding the motion with respect to the water issue, as we've said previously, Council Member, this is a decision that is truly up to the City Council to make. If the City Council decides to forego receipt of, it's approximately $60 million, it's 2 years of water transfers that are being held awaiting the court's decision. If the City Council decides that it does not wish to receive that money, then that would render the lawsuit moot at the present time. It would, in effect, be go away. It would be lost.
Could you clarify that? And again, I don't know if you need an exact second. Clarify that a little bit for me, because I've heard two sides of that. One that indicates you could still go forward with the lawsuit and borrow. I see shaking head. So I just want to know the answer.
It's my understanding that it's a ordinance-specific lawsuit. In other words, it challenges a particular transfer being made under a particular ordinance. And our City Attorney, Joe Bryovich, is here to
Yes, thank you. We've been getting your emails back and forth, so I did read them. So
Good afternoon. The two transfers are ordinance-specific, so they are now obligations of the department, and they are set aside as obligations. If you wanted to use those funds, you would have to bring another ordinance to repeal the previous ordinance, which set aside the transfer funds. If that was done, there would no longer be an issue in controversy for the lawsuit. The lawsuit that we have says we have this obligation that we need to transfer. If we eliminate the obligation, we've in essence eliminated the lawsuit. So the lawsuits would be over and the transfers would be wiped out.
However, if in the future we decided if the City Council decided that it didn't want to forego this transfer forever, and there was another ordinance which attempted to make it, then in that case a new lawsuit could be brought and would be in the same place.
Mr. Potts.
I was raising the point, what happens after the next year? You guys need the transfer. So if we make the lawsuit null and void, we'll be back on the same table. So in your deliberations, I think you should consider that. If you don't want the transfer, we'll be happy to keep the money.
I think I've heard you say that before.
There are two additional points that I would make, and that is that by adopting the motion, the city would be permanently foregoing these particular funds. The city can't here say we don't want to receive this $60,000 and then come back at some point in the future and attempt to collect it retroactively. It would be taken off the table. And the final point I'd like to offer is that this would in effect satisfy one increase that we're seeking, the 3.1%. The other 3.1%, which we're asking to become effective in July of 2009, would still be on the table, and we would still request that we proceed with an approval of that.
Before I ask my next question, do you want to comment? Mr. Garcetti is very good there on the 2 seconds I ask it, just to the next person.
Essentially echoing what was said here, I would not suggest rescinding the ordinances, but it is up to the council whether in fact it takes the funds that have been set aside. So it wouldn't be a matter of rescinding the ordinance requiring the transfer, but it would be, I think, allowing the department to program that money for its own uses, I believe. Now, you can also rescind an ordinance at any time. Now, I believe the trial on the validation, I believe, is today or tomorrow. Don't know how long that would take to resolve, but if we win, one should assume that the people challenging the validity are going to appeal. If we don't win, then the issue of whether or not we appeal would be before you. So it will be some time before that issue would get resolved. So what you can do is proceed, and then if we lose, and if there's a decision not to appeal, you can then rescind the ordinance at that time, make whatever adjustments are necessary, use that cash. The department could use the cash for cash capital, for example, and smooth out future rate increases, et cetera.
Actually, if at the end of the day either we've exhausted all our appellate remedies or we make the determination not to appeal, then by operation of law, you would not need to rescind the ordinance because the the court order would take care of that for you.
But the question is, if you don't keep the money, is the ordinance still in effect? I mean, because you don't take it.
No,
If the lawsuit...
The ordinance has set aside the money, and that DWP
And will
cannot
and
touch
is that
that
30
money now.
million being set aside this year as well? So that it'll go up from the 65 to the 95?
Yeah, from the two ordinances that have been passed to set aside those transfers. So those dollars are locked now, and they cannot be touched. They're locked as obligations. So until the validation action is resolved, we cannot access them. You cannot access them. They are obligations.
Well, unless, again, going back to the same thing, unless the city decides to forego the funds altogether, in which case we would change the ordinance, we would rescind the ordinance, and the money would then be free to be utilized by DWP.
And you're saying the only way to do that is to rescind the ordinance.
Rescind the
and
ordinance.
if we do that, then the lawsuit...
The lawsuit goes away, and the funds would go back into the water fund.
Okay. Then I know I'm going to have to press my button again. If you could just comment, I had a quick discussion with Mr. Nahai as well as Jerry Miller on the second motion, which was the 6C, and the impact, again, on that. And it goes back to the accountability and reliability and I think the City Council wants to have the opportunity to say, in a year or 2 years from now, it's not working, there's a problem, how do we ensure that, and again, I know this is not what you're going to do, but everyone is just a little cynical from years past before your tenure, which is that DWP just keeps going, collects the money, doesn't necessarily address some of the concerns we have. Where is the point in which the City Council can have some input?
This is why we so welcome the concept of an oversight committee, because I very much want to wipe away the doubts and suspicions that have arisen from whatever past conduct may have occurred before my time and before our commission was impaneled. But this particular motion is not the way to do it. There are a number of problems with it. First of all, it is legally invalid because it seeks to amend an ordinance which cannot be done today. But the main problem with it on the merits is that it attempts to truncate what is a program that has to be planned and executed at this time. In other words, we have to plan forward with respect to the power reliability program. You've been given a program that has metrics, that has hiring goals, that has completion dates, that is planned to cover the entire city. And the money for it has been calculated down to a very fine science. The bonding issues have been dealt with. We're not going to get $1 billion, which is what the incremental cost of the PRP is going to be from the rate increase. So we have to go out to Wall Street, issue bonds to get that money. Now we need to get that money at the lowest possible rates. In order to get it at the lowest possible rates, we have to maintain minimum capital requirements, and we have to show a certain debt service coverage ratio. All of this, all of the proposals that are before you are calculated and to a very fine tuning in order to make sure that we're able to do that. To all of a sudden say, well, you know what, here's the body, I'll cut off the head, and then let the rest of the body run around is simply not going to do. But what I would submit to you is that you don't need to do that. You don't need to do it. For a start, the Council retains the ability to repeal the decision that it has made. If we're going to be under the Oversight Committee, both the internal and the external, we're going to be providing you with quarterly reports. I'm willing to acquiesce in whatever reporting, whatever verification process the City Council may wish to put in place. If you find that the money is not going as promised, if you find that we're not performing as promised, you would be able, in effect, to say, you know what, that other 2.7% that you were supposed to get in July of 2009, we don't think we're going to vote. We think we're going to take that off the table. You have a perfect right to do that. But this way, to say we're going to cut it off right now, completely throws the plans that we have into chaos. It sends a terrible message to the financial markets. About a program that we're trying to put in place here. It is terribly demoralizing to the women and men of the Department of Water and Power who are dedicated to the service of the city, and it's completely unnecessary. Why introduce that havoc in here when we're saying we will have verification, we will have accountability, we will have an oversight committee? We've already formed an internal oversight committee under the chairmanship of Commissioner Patsouris, and believe me, if there's anybody who can exercise oversight, it's this gentleman sitting next to me here. And we've said we'll report quarterly. The CLA's report also calls for an oversight committee, which I've agreed to, and I've heard talk about council officers appointing a representative to the Oversight Committee, which we're also more than willing to agree to. That's what I would offer in response to that.
I'd like to make a couple of comments, general comments, and Mr. Garcetti, I'd like to have your attention. I hope we can move forward putting aside the mistrust. Now, I recognize that the department had serious problems. Mr. Garcetti repeatedly said, we don't trust you, and we gave him the right. Council members, you don't trust us, and we have given you that right. And over above the public. Just today, there's a letter in the Daily News from Leonard Horowitz. The main problem with the WP and Bureau of Sanitation is the billions of dollars received in the past years that have not been used to rebuild the electric lines, water lines, and sewer systems. Has been spent on high union salaries, overtime subcontractors, waste programs. I partially agree with that. But I also have to tell you that Mayor Villaraigosa's commission, in their first budget deliberations, and Mr. Nahai was a commission at the time, we spent 5 painstaking days going line by line, and we saved tens of millions of dollars. We went through that exercise last year, we'll go again. So I can stay here and say with confidence, the waste of the past has been very much eliminated. Not 100%, very much eliminated. However, and I was I appreciate Mr. Nahai's comment that I'm a good watchdog. It's not about the commission, it's not the general manager. Commissioners and managers come and go. It's the system. That's why we have at the commission an oversight committee that will be looking at the costs, at the timetable, and the hiring monthly to report quarterly. The CLA has made a recommendation as an oversight, and you will have a decision, the oversight. So let's move forward under a new chapter. Okay? We don't want you to blindly say, we trust you. We have to earn your trust. But at the same time, let's not build the future generations' infrastructure based on miscomprehension. Council Member Paris and Parks Committee spent, and you, for the last 6 months, answering questions. I believe we answered them forthrightly and with confidence. And let's move on. As Mr. Nahai said, you can resend it. We'll be here quarterly. And trust me, the reports you're going to see, you haven't seen before. It's not going to be a $1 billion, $2 billion project over 5 years. It's going to be a track line in Parthenia on a 10 million, and how are we doing? Another problem we have to keep in mind, and I learned in my long public service, if there's a problem, recognize it and deal with it. Our problem is going to be hiring. Linemen takes 3 to 4 years to train them, okay? Now, that was then, that is now. We are working very hard to bring the workforce, working with the unions, but we are going to be confronted with personnel. So, please, today, give us the benefit of doubt. I don't want to say to Mr. Garcetti, trust us. Give us the benefit of doubt, let us prove ourselves. But as Mr. Nahai said, we cannot go to Wall Street and say, well, our bosses are not trusting us, so in a year we may lose the funding. We cannot build an infrastructure system like that.
Thank you.
I think Jerry's just going to respond, and then I'm
Sure. Very briefly, my concern is timing on this. In terms of C, what you would have to do is reject the rate ordinance in its entirety and request that the board adopt a new ordinance with the changes in it. So that would have to go back through the board process and then back here to the city council. As you indicated, you will be, and all these people indicated, if you adopt our report, it has the oversight committee that Ms. Sisson and I and the mayor's office would be on, that would report quarterly on their accomplishments relative to the infrastructure investment, the sustainability, the hiring plan, et cetera. If progress is not being made, you have the authority to rescind the July 1st of 09 rate increase. So passing the ordinance as it exists today lets it move forward, but it does not remove the ability to continue to have oversight and make adjustments in the future if it's not meeting your expectations.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the opportunity to have all this discussion. First of all, I want to say very clearly to some people in the audience who said your rates are the highest and it's terrible, you can't afford it. I'll point out to you, and it's been stated to you many times over and over again, and you just don't listen for some reason. LA DWP rates are about average. They're not the highest, they're not the lowest, but they're not bad. In fact, if you moved outside our city limits right here in the Southern California region, you'll find your power rates are going to triple. And so don't complain about the rates. What you want to complain about is what the city of LA has put on that bill that's not water and power. That's what's killing you. Those things that are with sewer service charges mandated by the federal government, that's what's killing your bills. If you look at the water rate and the power rate, LADWP is one of the better agencies in America. And I think you have to get credit for that. And I don't think you get enough, because I don't think you beat your chest enough about that, but I'm going to do that for you. As we look at this today, I want to point out that in 2003, we had a rate increase before this council of 18%. This council said no. We don't believe it's the right number. We don't think it's fair. 18% is a ridiculous number, and we reduced it by $30 million on that day in 2003. But more importantly, we took a very bold step. We said we want a financial analysis before water and power rates come to us, and we want neighborhood councils to participate in that debate. We were told back then we were looking at 7% rate increases this year, next year, onward down. The rate increases came back at 2.9. That was because of the neighborhood council, because of the year-on report, because of the actions this council took to cut $30 million off the table that very day. And you're continuing to benefit from that. I have Proposal 6B before us, which has been discussed by the neighborhood councils, which I discussed in committee before, which says, let's take that $60 million that's sitting in those accounts at Water and Power that we cannot touch today, that are in previous year budgets that we can't come back and take it. If we were to get it today, it would be a windfall because it's not in our budget. We've not planned on it. It's just sitting over there getting interest. The citizens of LA don't benefit from that. This council doesn't benefit from that. Water and Power doesn't benefit. Nobody benefits by leaving it sitting in those accounts. And so my 6B motion says, let's take the money, let's obliterate the need for the water side of this issue right off the bat. Everybody says we can do that. All we have to do as a council is have the bold step to take forward and say, we're not taking the money, go ahead and Water and Power and use it for that purpose. My motion 6C takes the second step and looks at the power side. Now, I understand that you have a need to move forward. My staff said, let's stop this for a year, and other people said, let's stop it for a year. I don't think we can afford to do that. We need to be going down a road. We need to road to the future, and the road to the future is infrastructure investment. I have stood in this council for years and talked about infrastructure ad infinitum, and some people listen, sometimes they don't. We need to take that step. And it's not a matter, I don't think, so much of mistrust of Water and Power, because there is some of that. It's an understanding that we need to go forward, and we just want to look back at it as we do that. And so my 6C motion doesn't say stop, and it doesn't say we don't trust you. It says you haven't answered some of the questions about the future of the power increase, and those things need to be answered to us. And so as a difference to Mr. Miller's comments, we would have to give you a long-range approval, and we have the right to stop it. Well, it's very hard to stop something once you start it, particularly a tax. And so my 6C just says, go ahead and authorize 1 year and then report back to us and we can keep it going. I know you don't like that, Mr. Nahai, but I think it's the most logical conclusion for us because it lets us have that look that we need that we don't have today on things like what is going to be the rate block increase to the San Fernando Valley that's in your proposal, but not today. Since you're saying it's coming, it doesn't look at the ECAF, and it doesn't look at really what your plan is. So I think we need to take that look. I have no
Mr. Smith,
objection.
you're over, and why don't you push your button again, because I think he wants to answer your questions.
I understand I'm over. I see the thing blinking, so I'm going to end. So I will come back. I understand the need to go forward, and I would not be opposed to anyone saying, let's approve the rate increases over those couple of years, but not allow the second year to go forward until we take a positive action to do that. That would be my recommendation. Finally, to the neighbor councils, we need to be working together on this. That was my hope and dream when Mr. Cardenas and I brought in our motion 3-4 years ago. I am really disappointed that you've tried to put roadblocks in this process. We need to be working together to find the way to go down the road rather than building roadblocks today. And that is my challenge to neighbor councils. Be positive. You had some good ideas, but don't say don't do it today because we want this IEF or this other thing. Those are roadblocks to the future. If we were going to get to the future starts today, and you don't start a journey of 1,000 miles and you take the first step. We need to take that first step to support water and power and get that system going the way we want it, and then you can participate in all those other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Mr. Zine.
At some point, President Garcetti, I'd like to. I know that.
Go ahead, if you'd like to respond.
That Councilmember Smith is open-minded and enlightened and understands private sector concepts, and therefore I want to appeal to that side of you. I understand what you're saying. I understand your concerns, but let's follow this together. Imagine that you and I want to go out and build a building. And we have some money to build the building, and we know the rest of it we're going to have to borrow. And so what do? We sit down with our lender, we work out a construction loan program, and the lender, on their books, commits that construction loan for us. The lender doesn't say, you're going to build a 50-story building, you know what, go out and build 30 stories of it, and then come back to me for funding for the other 20 stories. You can't build that way. You cannot plan that way. And we cannot do this that way either. Now, the lender, if we default under our loan, the lender can say, you know what, I'm not going to give you any further of the draws. I'm not going to give you another construction draw. And I know that you understand that analogy. That's a very simple thing that I've just said. This is much more complicated than that. Let me just finish by saying that if your motion were to succeed, if your motion were to succeed here, if your motion were to succeed, what we would have to...
Succeed. Yes. Motion succeed.
Yes, succeed. All right. Okay.
Succeed. We're to succeed.
That's right. We're to, yes. Can we give it another number so we can move forward? I think it would force us to go back and replan the PRP. For a start, you can't even do this legally. You'd have to remand, you'd have to deny and send it back to us. And then with respect to that other point that you would truncate and cut off, we would now have to start the entire process all over again. The neighborhood councils would want a new 120-day notice. We'd have to do all kinds of planning all over again. We'd have to go back to our lenders all over again. We'd have to change our plans from a 5-year complete plan, and you keep talking to us about reliability, and now what you're proposing to do is to cut us off at the knees. If we don't perform in the way that you think we should be performing, you have the right to take away, just like a lender does. You have the right to say, you know what, I'm not going to give you that last tranche using your construction. So you really don't need this motion, Councilmember Smith. And okay.
And just quickly, I'm not going to
very briefly
to throw this back out there. And Mr. Cardenas knows more about bonds than probably any of us. But you can get bonding approval for a long-term project as long as there's guidelines that you meet certain goals along the way. They'll go along with that. If they know that we're going to approve the long-range plan, we just want annual review before we authorize the next section. Bonding agencies will allow that.
No, sir. We have to maintain debt service coverage ratios. We've got to show them that we have a certain revenue coming in.
Mr. Zine.
You'll start my clock, please, and hold my time. I've got a few questions to ask. I have confidence in you. The Commission, I know members of the Commission, Mr. Pastores, I know other commissioners, I have confidence in you. But the past history has really been blemished, and I think the people of Los Angeles, and I'm a native of the city, look at that past history. They're not looking at the current general manager. They're not looking at the current board of commissioners. They're looking at the history that's repeated itself a number of times. As Mr. Smith stated, issues were brought up to have rate increases in the past. We voted it down. We've still gone forward. The questions I have deal with issues of accountability and trust, which has been mentioned by the public speakers. I've got an amending motion in here, amending 6H, that each council member would find someone from their community, whether it be neighborhood council or a chamber member, whomever, that we would have that person be an oversight. I think we need to establish the credibility, the transparency, and the trust that we would be able to have someone watching over. If we're going to take $50 million and invest it in an infrastructure improvement, we need to verify that that $50 million is being invested in that infrastructure improvement and not being diverted someplace else. And I think that's the misconception of some people, is they believe it's going to go and then they don't see it done. Where did it go? And it disappears. So I would request that we would have that, each council member would select someone that they have confidence in. They would make sure that that money is going to the right spot. I don't think people are opposed to doing something to the infrastructure that needs to be improved. We all know last summer we had power outages. We all know we've got the water pipes breaking. Things don't last 100 years. So we know we have that intense heat in the San Fernando Valley where I live and many other people live, and that air conditioning is a lifeline. And we know what happens when the power goes out. And I've seen the water and power folks in the vault trying to repair it to get that power back up. So clearly infrastructure, I don't think anyone's going to argue, it is outdated, needs to be replaced. But the question is, the dollars that we're going to appropriate, is it going to go there? Rebates. Right now, Water and Power is giving rebates of $250 if you buy a washer, high-energy washer. Where is that money coming from? Is that money that can be diverted? Because Calabasas is giving a $100 rebate. We're giving $250. Is the money going into rebates that we could use to help the infrastructure? If you answer that one.
Well, I think if you take a look at the total amount that is being offered in rebates, I don't think it adds to the kinds of numbers that could significantly impact the infrastructure dollars that need to go on. But
where's it coming from? Where's that $250 coming from? For each person that buys a new washer or buys some energy-saving device, that Water and Power is going to give them $250.
It's energy.
I mean, is that money that could be put into some other program in the infrastructure? Why is Calabasas given $100 and we're given $250? And we're talking about funding infrastructure programs.
Well, you can Jeff, talk about where the money comes from, which account, and then...
On any of our rebates, both on the water and the power side, we have pass-throughs that allow us to give those rebates out. And the reason we use $250 for those washers, we look at the marginal cost of water that we have to spend from MWD. And that $250 is below that cost, which is about $550 per acre foot. So the reason we're at $250 is because that's the cost-effective thing to do. And it comes, again, it's not related to the infrastructure and where that money is coming from.
So if more people do that, we will be using less water. That's the goal.
Correct.
Yes, and also on the energy side. We also do a great deal on the energy side, for instance, with small businesses.
Then we'll burn up less energy and have that in the system.
Exactly.
The other issue that I have on the 10% tax that goes on the water and power bill, where's that 10% tax going?
It's a city tax.
Yeah.
Yes, where's that going?
To the general fund.
The general fund. But we tax everything. From you get your car impounded, the impound lot's going to have 10%. Everything's got a tax. But that all goes with the general fund.
Yeah, any tax on the utility bill, that's part of the utility users tax line item you see in the general fund budget every year. So that goes into the city's general fund.
It doesn't go to DWP, let's just be clear about that. It goes to the city's general fund.
Well, Mr. Smith said, you look at the water and power bill, and you look at your bill and your amount of the total, and you look at how much is water and power, and you look at all the other dollars that are coming out, and there's a disproportionate number going out for other programs that you folks are being saddled with. And when the consumer gets that bill, a bill of $400, maybe $150 or $200 for water and power, and the rest of it for sanitary equipment, sanitation equipment, the infrastructure, whatever they're doing with it.
We are saddled and you get the credit.
Pardon me?
We are saddled and you get the credit.
Yes. Also, I heard that and I put in a motion about new construction, that they have to use 10% less water than the current vendor, the current building. I heard this morning that Nevada's rates went up 22%, and they're talking about the water coming out of Nevada to the Colorado River is being reduced dramatically. Is that being considered with this water rate, or is that not being included? The fact that we're going to be losing water, that other jurisdictions are increasing the dollar to bring that water in. Metropolitan water districts facing a crisis. They said in a few years, if we continue on the same mode, we're not going to have any water left. Is this included in this, or is that something entirely different when it talks about the rates?
MWD is raising the rates, and those increases are not reflected in this rate increase.
Well, because they're not DWP rate increases. The rate increases that you're seeing here are primarily for infrastructure protection.
But you say primarily. Is it solely for infrastructure? Or that's the question. Primarily, which means 10% for infrastructure, 90% for something else.
No.
And that's why the oversight is so important. If we're going to raise millions of dollars in an increase, people need to be assured that the power and water lines are going to get 99% of that money, and maybe 1% for administrative costs. But when we say primarily, then it gives us wiggle room. We can't have wiggle room when we're asking for a rate increase on an infrastructure improvement that we desperately need.
Thank you, Mr. Zion. Our next speaker will be Mr. Reyes after the answer to the question. The next speaker will be Mr. Reyes.
The budget drivers of this, and I want to say specifically the budget drivers, but the budget drivers for this are really nearly all our power reliability programs. The only parts that are not are we have additional O&M costs for our jointly owned plants, which is our Navajo and Palo Verde. That's roughly $5 to $10 million a year on the power side. Everything else essentially is the reliability. That's what's driving this. It's the training for the additional people that are going to come in and do the reliability programs off into the future. It's the additional investments that we're making for that reliability. It's the additional O&M expenditures that we're going to have to go out and fix all those temporary fixes that have been done over the years. And the power system's going to go out there and permanently repair those. We have about $20 million that's allocated for that. All those different things are what are really driving the need for the rate increase.
So it's the actual improvement of the system.
Yes. The short answer is yes.
And what's more, we've actually submitted a plan. We've submitted a plan that says this is what we're going to do and this is what it's going to cost. And that plan will be what the Oversight Committee will verify.
And one more question. Would you be supportive of a civilian oversight committee that we, council members, put into place to make sure that it's going the right direction with what we've asked for?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I submitted an amending motion as well. It's 6A. Instructs the Department of Water and Power to report to the Council 30 days on development of revised water rate restructuring formula that charges ratepayers throughout the city on an equitable basis and encourages greater conservation regardless of the region of the city that reside in and conduct business. As you know, we have 3 different temperature zones. We allot accordingly. But I really believe we need to get a little bit more focused as to the issues of density and how that affects these water rates. So I want that study to happen in 30 days. And it gives us a greater sense of this notion of equity in terms of how we are distributing these different types of costs. You know, in some parts of our city, a lot over 17,500 square feet gets a break in their bill for a certain amount of initial water use. So, but how do we encourage larger lots to reduce their water-intensive uses, such as the green lawns that they have, and create rates that do not unfairly burden, again, these higher densities? So how we promote conservation and how we stimulate those environments is something that I'm hoping we can get to. Let's understand first how we can restructure these water rates.
Thank you very much. As you know, the water rates were put into place in
Please hold my time.
In 1992, and the tiering was decided at that point. We don't object at all to a re-examination of the tiering and the structuring that was put into place at that time. But I would ask your indulgence on 2 items. Number 1, 30 days is just not realistic for that. Okay. It's a very complicated thing. We tried to do it on the power side. We've taken that back. We're continuing to evaluate zone, continuing to try to come up with a system that would be equitable and acceptable and doesn't put us into a valley metro kind of debate, which would just be, I think, unseemly. The other thing that you may wish to consider, Council Member, is that perhaps an outside committee should be appointed for this. A blue ribbon committee that can come in, be given perhaps 2 or 3 months to study all of the different issues and come up with something that would be fair, because it'll start to become very complicated and I think very contentious, because we may end up saying to people who've been paying the rate at a certain tier and say to them, from here on in, you're going to see a very big jump in your rates because we're going to change the entire structure. But we're very open to discussing it and moving forward with a reevaluation of it.
And I appreciate the response, and you're right. I don't want to make this discussion that creates the fractions and balkanization. That's not the intent. If you look at 6E, that's been introduced by Richard Alarcon and signed with Councilman Huizar, is we talk about creating this lifeline program, but have a low-income oversight committee, so we can understand these dynamics of how the different income groups can qualify, how we talk about this issue of equity. Perhaps that's the vehicle that we can use to get to a point where we can address this in not only a diplomatic way, but in a fair way, so that we don't divide the city. It really is about addressing those individuals who are living at subsistence or in dense pockets that I feel right now are carrying a burden that, quite frankly, could lead to a lawsuit if we let it happen. So I appreciate the 60 days, or maybe we can get a draft in 60 days, or in 30 days get a strategy, some kind of an approach that gives us an understanding of the direction this can take. I just don't want it to sit and wait 60, 90 days and then, we're getting to it. I'd like to see some kind of a progress, some indicator that you think is comfortable that shows substance.
Right. Yeah, I would request 90 days, as I say. Every time I've started to look at this, it's a very complicated picture. But if you could give us 90 days, we'll comply within that time with bringing a draft.
Let's compromise. 45 days status, knowing that 90 days to report.
Sure.
At least lets us know how we're going.
Sure.
That would be great.
But I would urge you to appoint an outside committee, because as the general manager said, we'll have again contention, and we'll come back to the mistrust, and we are cooking the books.
Okay.
So I would seriously consider to have an outside committee.
I believe 6C might get us there, because it focuses on this issue of equity, and maybe that's the route we take. And just last but not least, you know, the city, through its analysis of its properties, Public Works right now is going through an inventory of its properties. Could we look at a strategy where we can complement and leverage the water and power properties that we find in the city, along with the public work properties, and stimulate a greater return given the strategic locations of these properties? And can we incorporate that into a work program so we can realize higher returns? Because we have very strategic places that are right now dormant, underused. You have incredible air rights that can be focused on in such a way we can complement the city, create relief for the neighborhoods, and have a greater return on our asset base. If we can link that with the Department of Public Works properties, I know in my district, along the river, 60 to 70% of those properties are city-owned. And they all treat each other as if they are on islands, with no real understanding of its potential if we look at a strategy. Do you feel we can get to a place where we understand Department of Water and Power's inventory of land and talk about that strategy?
Councilman, the new commission, when we came in, we realized the potential, and therefore we have instructed staff to form a pool of economic consultants who are going to review the existing leases and look at the new opportunities, and we are in the midst of that. Now, if you want to bring in the Public Works department, that's fine. But what you are asking, the department already is in the process of doing that.
Fantastic. In the end, whatever returns are gained, the water rates can go down, the power rates can go down, and our constituents will be much more better off because of that effort. So thank you for that proactivity, and hopefully we can find a way to get a sense of how that work program is going to look. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. A couple of quick questions. Mr. Miller, what's the total budget of the city of Los Angeles?
Total budget is...
Yeah, the one that we control, right here.
Well, it's about a total of about $7 billion of special funds and general funds. Your general fund is about, what, 4.8 billion. The amount of money that you have that's more or less flexible is about 3.6 billion or so.
Yeah.
You can actually have much less than that for discretionary decisions, however.
And that's not the budget of the DWP. What's the budget of the DWP, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power?
It's about $4.5 billion.
$4.5 billion. That's a pretty big enterprise, almost as big as the city of Los Angeles. Members, I just want to wake us up that 107 years ago, almost, I'm off on the ad there, 101 years ago in 1907, excuse me, but in years before that, they brought the aqueduct down here to the Pueblo. They brought water to feed the community. Over 101 years ago, they started it. It was finished in 1913. Then again in 1972, I believe they brought a second aqueduct to feed the Pueblo. Originally, the town stopped at Hoover, south at Exposition, west on Eastern, and north on Fountain, 28 miles. Now we're 472 square miles. I'm disappointed when we're not able to serve the people. I'm disappointed that previous past administrations never took the challenge to say, you know what, we got to invest in this thing called the DWP, because it's the light and the water. Look at the poor country of Iraq, that horrible situation. What upsets the people the most? That their power's out. What upsets the people the most in my district? When they call me and say, where am I living, Tom? My power's out. And I see the infrastructures. I stop at the manhole covers. I talk to the crews, and I find out what the challenges are. This is an investment in our infrastructure called the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And if we don't do it now, we're getting older. The city's 100 years older. We're getting older. We need to do this to give reliable energy and quality water. Right now with quality water, we had to dump Silver Lake. We had to dump Silver Lake because the water quality wasn't good. Now we're cleaning it up and making sure it's right, but we had to dump 650 million feet or 650 million gallons of water. It's cute. And let me ask you, Mr. Nahai, what property taxes do you pay in the city of Los Angeles?
The Department of Water and Power doesn't pay property
taxes. Right. They don't pay property taxes. They pay a transfer. And that's a transfer. Transfer. Is that right, Ms. Hahn? You say I love that Department of Water and Power? I do, because they provide that energy to people and that water. And in today's LA Times, they talk about the most frustration that was in Iraq was that people didn't have power. And it's just horrible to think of. And we've had that experience here. And I see these bulbs that you distribute. If everybody used these, they would cut down what the cost is to their energy, correct?
Right. Each bulb is about 5 times as much duration of power and uses a quarter of the energy. So.
Any of you at the table there go to the doctor lately? Doctor checks your system, says you need to get cleaned up, shaped up. Same thing is true with the doctor. And the doctor says it costs a little money to do some of these things. And the last time he had a raise in the cost for electricity is 15
years, 1990.
Last century.
Yeah.
Last century.
Last century.
Last century. Members, also, I hear this too. I got my water power bill here, and part of it's the city bill, which is important, and part of it is the DWP bill. It's 2 different bills because they're the only efficient agency in the city that mails every other month to everybody who has a water meter. That's how the bills get done. If we wanted to separate that, they'd be happy. Mail the city bill, City Hall. Don't connect it to the DWP. That costs more money. We don't want to do that. This is an effective way to push for. And I push for infrastructure improvements because I see the old poles that are crumbling and the old pipes that are crumbling. And just last May, that horrible fire in May 8th in Griffith Park was stopped because of great water pressure and great firefighters from Los Angeles City Fire Department and other agencies. Members, I want you to look at that because we're fooling ourselves. I've been here 34 years. I've been here 34 years, and I've seen everybody come up with ideas. I agree with some of these things to study and look at, but you got to invest in DWP because that's our agency. We built it, and we should have oversight, and we have a team here that's focused on trying to make a difference and have that very simple model. Reliable energy and quality water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Labange, I think all of us here today are not suggesting that we don't support DWP. I don't think we're suggesting that we don't invest in it. I don't think we're suggesting that in any way anyone wants their power to go out or their infrastructure to crumble. And certainly no one wants a summer of blackouts like was had previously, although it's fair to say a couple of those power outages were due to human error and not infrastructure error. So let's not blame everything on a crumbling infrastructure. And also, I feel a need to say, colleagues, for all of you and some of you at the table who are suggesting we have a Citizens Oversight Committee. We have an oversight committee with the neighborhood councils. They're called the Neighborhood Council LADWP Oversight Committee. And Soledad Garcia chairs this committee. It represents 75 neighborhood councils. And these citizens, volunteers, have been studying this issue, have been meeting on a regular basis. And I will say hats off to you because you've really been doing your due diligence. And BJ, I did promise that neighborhood councils would be heard. I did promise that people's voices would be heard. And your voice is being heard today. No question about it. Your voice is being heard. And I also want to commend neighborhood councils because I really do believe that you're not just opposing everything. You're not just saying, not in my backyard. You've actually studied the issue. You've actually taken the time to learn this and study it, and your recommendation is that we don't approve these rate increases today. And I will tell you right now, I'm not really sure where I'm at. I want to keep listening. I want to keep hearing. I want to keep asking some questions. And I will tell you, I have a couple questions that I think they would have me ask you. One would be, the DWP's Board of Commissioners issued a resolution on February 8th declaring a $215 million surplus, and they would say, if you have that surplus, why do we need a rate increase? Hold my time.
Well, the surplus is declared as a prerequisite to making the city transfer. The power transfer has already been made. The water transfer is held in abeyance pending the court decision. So that is what the surplus is about. If the city decides that it doesn't want any of the transfer, and you know whatever would result from that, and whatever the size of the deficit would then be, then so be it. That is not something that DWP controls or has a position in. But a surplus has to be declared before the transfer has been made.
Let me just ask about the transfer, because there's one motion on the table today that says we would forego that $60 million transfer. I'm going to ask it a different way. What if we were to allow you to, or say it's okay for you to use that $60 million right now for some of these proposals that you're talking about? Is there a way, if the lawsuit comes back and says it is legal, would there be a way then that you could have borrowed against that $60 million and in some way made the transfer based on, either the rate increase or some other way that you could assure us that we could have that $60 million in another way? Hold my time.
Councilwoman, there is not. Those funds are set aside as obligations that we go through the charter process that requires us to determine whether or not there is a surplus, and if there is a surplus, our board declares that surplus, and then by ordinance it comes to the city council, and the city council, in adopting that ordinance, then locks up those funds. So those funds are locked up, and you can't
unlock them.
You can't unlock them. They will either be transfers. If the court action is validated, it will be transferred to the city, or whether by a repealing ordinance or by a court order, they will go back into the water fund. but you cannot
We can't just
use
say,
those funds. It's
we can't
not,
just say, go ahead and use
no,
them.
those are set aside. Those are a specific obligation.
Okay. Let me ask the question that the neighborhood councils are asking, and looking through my city charter, I realize this is certainly a requirement about the industrial economic, the IEA survey. Last one was done in 2002. It clearly states they're supposed to be done every 5 years. The controller, the council, the mayor are supposed to jointly urge that those be done, and they're asking for us not to approve a rate increase until we get that survey back that actually says you're doing what you say you should be doing, the funds are being spent properly, you're operating in as efficient manner as possible. What's the status of that survey? There's some that suggest it won't be done for, some suggest that it could be done as early as July. We're hearing other evidence to that. Where is that study? When can it be done? And why isn't that a fair and reasonable request that we, according to our city charter, make sure that takes place before we approve an increase?
Okay. In terms of the status of the study, again, my staff, the mayor's office, the controller is on the oversight on that. The bids have been received. There probably will be a contract coming forward to start that within the next couple of months. But that is a huge undertaking. Again, we have to do water and power, airports, and harbor every 5 years. The airport now is underway. Water and power is next. Those studies generally take at least 6 months to complete, and then after that, there are comment periods that go back and forth. It comes to the council. The department needs to respond. So the likelihood is there's not going to be anything material from the next IEA for at least another 9 months. And this is also not, I might add, a financial audit. That's what Huron is. This is an entirely different audit. On the last IEA survey, for example, recommendations included consider implementing storage capabilities along the Los Angeles Aqueduct to compensate for reduced water rights. Revises water plans for greater utilization of recycled water. These are sort of large strategic issues that the department needs to focus on over the next 5 years before the next audit. It is not a financial audit. And then what occurs is, at this council's direction, Karen and I oversee a financial audit to determine whether, in fact, rate increases are required to meet the strategic goals of the department. So they are really entirely two different issues.
May I add to that, please? Actually, what happened with respect to the IEA report the last time was that it was commenced in 2001, completed in 2002. It took a year.
Right.
It was sent by the Controller's Office to the City Council in 2003, and the City Council then adopted it in 2004. So if past experience is anything to go by, it took 3 years for it to be adopted. But what I've been saying to the neighborhood councils, and I think they got one story, and then I went and talked to them about it. I said to them, let's see what it is that the last IEA told us.
Right.
And I'd like to quote from it.
Right.
And here it is. As discussed in finding number 19, LADWP's system reliability has begun to deteriorate in recent years. This is talking in 2001 now. Next, it is imperative that the company reverse the upward trend in outage frequency and duration. However, it is unlikely that this can be accomplished without increased spending in some areas of O&M and capital. So what this is telling us, back now 7 years ago, this is what IEA told us.
Right.
You're in trouble for your infrastructure, and you're unlikely to be able to do it unless you increase spending. In other words, you have to increase your rates. What I say to my friends on the neighborhood councils is, what on earth do we think the new IEA 3 years from now is
Right.
going to tell us? It all miraculously cured itself?
Right.
So why should we wait another at least a year, maybe 3, while the infrastructure continues to deteriorate, the cost of repair continues to go up, the outages continue to get more frequent, we possibly have additional problems on the water side? What sense does it make? So it just seems to me that the IEA issue is, quite honestly, it's specious. It is not going to help us here at this time. And if I may, one other issue, council member, regarding the infrastructure. It is infrastructure. The 80,000 outages in 06 was infrastructure. The 75,000 in 06 was infrastructure. Not only do we have the IEA report that finally came out in 2004, we have the EFRI report in 05. We have Barrington Wellesley in 06. We have your own Huron report in 07. We now have the CLA CAO report. All of them said that the infrastructure is crumbling, and investment has to be made, and rate increases are necessary in order to do that. But I don't see that we're here so much seeking a rate increase as we're here seeking the means to make the necessary investments. That's what we're asking for. Give us the means to make the necessary investment, and by all means, supervise us, oversee us, hold us accountable, make us report, put in whatever committee you wish to have so that you will see that these monies are going to be spent for infrastructure. And our proposal will take good care of our low-income and lifeline. We've expanded the discount to 20% from 15%. We've got CFL giveaway programs, refrigerator giveaway programs. We've got a plan to outreach in order to bring more of them into the program so that they will not be adversely impacted by what we have here. But we need to move forward. You know, this IEA report went back to 2001. It was warning us back then. And the infrastructure isn't going to get better on its own.
Okay, thank you. And I know I'm over, but the IEA report in 2002 also said one of the recommendations was that you need to seek alternative options to supplement existing city resources. One of the things I think and I'll push my button again, but one of the things I think that frustrates me is the slowness with which DWP processes requests from people out there to lease DWP property. I met yesterday with someone from Watson Land Company who for 4 years has been basically asking to pay market rate for an existing easement property. You could have been making money for 4 years on just that one request, and I know there's others out there, and yet it gets stuck in this bureaucratic quagmire between attorneys and staff, and you have a company willing to pay market rate, whatever we say market rate is. I think that's what's frustrating. There are requests out there to pay you money, and yet they seem to be stalled. So I'm going to push my button again, but those are the kinds of things we would like to have answers to in terms of accountability.
And I think you're absolutely entitled to those responses. What I've done is that I've consolidated our real estate services. I've moved it. We want to take real estate very, very seriously to make sure that we don't leave any money on the table. So, but please, if you ever hear of anything like that, council member, please have somebody contact me.
I just heard about it
Thank you.
last night. I met with them, and I brought it up here in full view of the public.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everybody. We're just about to have our lunch. Okay. First, I want to thank the neighborhood councils for your absolute commitment to the community. It's coming here and saying what you're doing. Thank you very much as a start, okay? Okay, I want to talk a little bit about some amending motions, get right down to the bottom line here. When Smith put in his motion here about 12 months showing, and then we talked about the word benchmark. Talk about the word benchmark to me. What do you mean by that?
Benchmark, we come back and report our progress, but not necessarily to get another approval.
Okay.
We will report to you as often as you want to, and prove that the money that you are giving us are spent wisely and efficiently.
So, besides the quarterly reports, which we want, at the end of each year, you will do a complete evaluation of where you're at, and you will be held accountable to your feet to the fire. Okay. That will make a friendly amending motion to Mr. Smith's motion, saying that's what we mean by benchmarking it. Okay. Second thing I want to talk about is the two rates. Why do you have to have one rate increase now, go into effect in mid-May, and another one in July? Why are those 2 months or 3 months so critical to you?
Well, originally, the request was to have one rate increase.
I understand.
With all of it happening at one time.
Sure.
It was staggered in this way in order to make it more comfortable for the people of Los Angeles. But the original then when it was staggered, we were hoping to get our first increase in January, then in July, then next July. Already we've lost the time since January. My financial folks tell me that that's a $27 million loss that's occurred now. And if we were to...
Hold my time, please.
And if we were to push it out, every day that goes by is a day of money lost and is a day of infrastructure improvements delayed. So what we would like to do is to get the first in at this point. It's 2.9% on an average bill. This increase is $1.75 a month. A month. That's what people spend on a coffee and a donut every day. But we'd like to get this going. We've got the plans, we've got the programs, we've talked to our bonding agencies, we know what the costs are going to be. We know what the construction costs are going to be. We've spoken with the unions. We've got our hiring plans done. We should get going now, and we need the first increase as soon as possible.
Okay, it doesn't buy me over, to be honest with you. A couple of 3 months, infrastructure's infrastructure. We need to do our infrastructure. The fact that you didn't get it in January, that's because the political process, neighborhood councils and council are involved in it. God bless you, but 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, that argument maybe, but here we are today. So I think we're talking about July 1. To be honest with you, I don't know what my colleagues think, but the next 3 months don't get me excited. The next one has to do with the water. Everybody seems to agree that's $65 million. Just forget the damn lawsuits. We're not winning them anyhow, and use that for your water, and don't raise the water rates. You guys buy into that?
Yes.
Okay.
As I've said, that is really
good. Great. Very good on that. Okay. All right. Now, the 15-member oversight committee that my great colleague Dennis Zine proposed. The reason I like it, and I love Ms. Hahn about the neighborhood councils, I want to pick a person in my district that is a numbers freak, that sits on top of this like a pit bull. And that's why I like the 15-member oversight committee, that each one of us responsible for picking the right person that will be that tough numbers person. You like that concept of the 15?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now let's go to you, Nick. Mm-hmm. Nick, you're a pit bull. You're a fighter. You've already saved millions of dollars on this police structure over there. Okay. Give us your reason why you're so much in favor of this.
I'm repeating myself. As I said, the new commission, spent days on a zero-based budget. On a $4.5 billion budget, we went line by line, $47 million in savings the very first year, and another few million. So I can say with all honesty that the fat and the waste that we have been known for has been very much eliminated, to the extent humanly possible. And therefore, I can say that the money is needed to invest in our infrastructure. The comments that we are wasting money, it's not true anymore. And
okay.
That's why.
All right. So the quarterly reports.
Yeah.
We appoint somebody from each council district, and we have these quarterly reports. Will I be able to get the 11th district to know exactly where that infrastructure is happening, so we empirically know exactly that that money is being reinvested in the infrastructure?
Yes, but as I said earlier, the commission is going to have an oversight who are going to be hands-on commission, that they will check, as an engineer, I break a big structure to pieces. So when you are talking about $1 billion 5-year program, you're going to break it to in your district, a trunk line, a transformer station, and we are going to monitor the timing with milestones, like an engineer approach it, the money expended, the workforce required. So you'll be able to have, in a lay person's language, what's happening in each one's district.
So then we
project
could-
by project. But you can get very confused as a layperson when you have $1 billion infrastructure.
I understand.
You won't even figure it out, but if we present it to you, regardless how many pages, project by project.
Right.
That's the way you're going to put your
Okay,
arms
because
around it. But let me, on the 15-member committee,
Yeah.
and like I said, I have served in committees, you need a person who is also aware of numbers, but it will take a lot of time, committed. Otherwise, it's just one of the oversight committees that you read every day in the paper, oversight committee, they go have a conversation, staff bamboozle them, and then everything is fine. You need somebody who is going to be spending a lot of time. I'm talking about countless hours a week.
Yeah, what I intend to do...
Councilman Rosendahl, 31 seconds. Sorry to cut you off, but you want to finish up this question?
Well,
next
you kept running the time when I was asking the questions.
That's why I held the
which is really
time.
fair.
I held the time.
Okay. Annually, when you do your annual analysis, assuming we go with the benchmark, I'm going to bring my 8 neighborhood councils together and my Empowerment Congress, and you're going to have the maps on the wall of the 11th district and show us what you've done, right?
That's right.
Okay. Last question is personnel. You guys haven't talked about it. Aren't we short a couple of thousand people in terms of bringing them on and training them over a 5-year period? And that is part of the investment you're talking about as well.
That's right. And again, this commission, and Mr. Nahai was a member with me in, we call it ad hoc commission on retirement. Even today, we have focused process of hiring people. And as you heard before, we had difficulty in hiring line persons because people don't want to climb a pole on a 60 miles wind. So we broke it down to overhead underground to provide also opportunity for females. So we are very aggressively working with the unions that are part of the committee to staff our workforce.
Great. Just a comment at the end.
Thank you, Mr.
David came before the Venice Neighborhood Council. We spent an hour there. When it was over, half of the council members changed their mind on the vote because they really got an understanding of what you had to say. And I want to thank you for coming before the Venice Neighborhood Council.
And you're always welcome to push the button again, Ms. Rosendahl. Next speaker, Councilman Parks.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions and go back a little bit in our memory bank. A while back, we floated about $600 million in bonds for the Department of Water and Power. If I remember correctly, it was to buy down debt, and it was to keep our water rates and power rates low. Do you recall it's been about a year or so, year and a half ago?
No, I don't.
Is anybody?
I don't recollect.
Is everybody so new, or was I in another city when they did that? Can you hold my time? Nobody remembers that?
Are you referring to within the last couple of years?
Yeah, when we
Those would have
had
been-
when they sent it to us and we sent it back.
Well, sure, those would have been bond refinancings.
Okay, just explain what was that bond for, and what did we use those? I think it was $600 million.
Well, that's simply refinancing existing bonds at lower rates to bring the debt service down so that they can, again, invest more money in other things other than debt service.
Okay, but I mean, it reduced, but what I understood, one of the arguments at that time was to bring the debt service down, but also it was to keep the rates lower. It was a two-part prong, at least what I recall.
Well, clearly, anytime you bring down debt service, which is a cost off the top, that's going to reduce the pressure to increase rates.
Okay.
I think the flip side to that would be that they would be here today asking for greater rate increases had they not done those refinancings a couple of years ago.
And if I remember correctly, during that discussion, the infrastructure issues were not part of the debate or any urgency at that time, and that was only about 2 years ago.
Well, again, I don't recall the specific.
Please don't do that. I'm going to say something later that you don't like.
Mr. Parks, I don't recall specifically the infrastructure discussions relative to those. I mean, those financing transactions you guys do frequently with all of our debt as interest rates drop, refinancings come forward. I can tell you that, as I think Mr. Nahai indicated, ever since the last IEA survey came out, there's been significant discussion about the need to invest in infrastructure. I was one of those in the Valley that was without power for 3 days in 2006, and there was a great deal of discussion then about the need to invest in the electric infrastructure. So I really think earlier when we were talking about, you meant during 8-9 years ago, during the whole restructuring and the competition, there was a lot of talk about reducing debt and reducing stranded costs, but there has always been significant discussion about the need to invest in infrastructure.
Let me ask, is there a difference between a rate increase or, as people talk about another term, pass-throughs? Is there a distinct difference? Or
yes.
Okay, well, tell us what a pass-through is. I mean, when we say pass-through, we're passing it through to the ratepayer, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the difference between a rate increase and what you label as a pass-through?
A pass-through passes through costs that are actually incurred. So, for instance, just as an example, during the last year, because we had such a low snowpack in the Eastern Sierra and therefore weren't getting our normal volume of water through the aqueduct, we purchased water from the Metropolitan Water District, much more than we would normally. Those costs are passed through to the ratepayers. This recently, we've had a great deal more snow. And therefore we're getting more water down the aqueduct, therefore we're able to purchase less water from MWB, therefore that pass-through will go down. The whole thing about a pass-through is that it isn't a permanent rate increase. It's a matter of costs incurred which are passed through. Now, in order to ameliorate the effect of that, on the power side, pass-throughs are capped at 1% per quarter, so 1% every 3 months. So if somebody has a $100 bill, they would see, and the costs are incurred, they would see $1 every 3 months on their bill.
So when we asked the question is, when's the last time there was a rate increase? You answered the question about when we formally raised the rates. If the question was asked about pass-throughs and rate increase, would the answer be different?
Yes, because well, on pass-throughs, the council last year, about over a year ago now, unfroze what is called the energy cost adjustment factor. So those pass-throughs have been occurring during the past year, but as I say, they're capped.
What would you estimate has been the amount that has been passed through, net passed through? Because you said it fluctuates, you go back. Yeah. Would you estimate has been the net pass through over the last, say, 5 years or so?
I don't have that number at my disposal. Do you?
On the power side, it was the pass-through was frozen in 1998 as part of our deregulation plan. And as the general manager spoke of, in 2006, October of 2006 was when it was first unfrozen. And it's been going up at 0.1 cent per kilowatt hour, which is roughly 1% per quarter since October of 2006.
Okay, that's in the power. What about the water side?
I couldn't give you the water real quickly. That would take a little bit
Do you know what that is in dollars since 2006?
Since 2006, not right off my head. I could,
Okay.
we'll do a calculation and get it.
Okay, if we could do that and get something back on both the water and power side, on the pass-through, so we can get some idea what that's in true revenue. Let me ask you, also on your plan for the infrastructure, was there any consideration of looking at a 10-year plan as opposed to the current 5-year plan proposal?
Go ahead. In our budgeting planning process, for everything, both O&M and capital, we do a 5-year planning process, and that's what you see when we present that to the board and we review. In fact, on the capital side, we do a 10-year planning process. As the general manager knows, we've been going through all of our budget meetings right now, and on the capital side, we do look at a 10-year planning process. We just do not run through our entire financial model on that 10 years, because obviously we're going to go through a number of processes. But on the infrastructure, as far as for planning on what we're going to do on the infrastructure, we do that on a 10-year basis now.
Do we have any idea what and how it would be altered as to the proposed rate increase if we were projecting a 10-year plan as opposed to a 5-year plan?
I have not seen the financial plan projections. I know that the financial plan for 5 years after what we're requesting on the power side, I think it's something like 2.3% after that. I know it's less than what we're requesting for years 4 and 5.
So it's not just double or half as much. You're saying, is it because of the way the timing of the construction?
Well, it's again based on what are those capital needs going forward, and that's what we have our engineers looking at. We look at what the capital needs are, what do we need to do to replace this infrastructure. Aaron may be able to talk a little bit more about that, but it's how do we improve that infrastructure. We have a tremendous amount of it. We're talking about infrastructure that was built over 30 years. It's going to take us a while to replace that as well. We can't do that in 3 years.
Okay. Is it possible that we can get some sense of what you'd be proposing as a rate increase if we projected out a 10-year plan versus a 5-year for both water and power? Is that possible?
I think we would hesitate to do it. Things change a great deal. We've prepared the power reliability program, council member. We have that.
I understand that things change. I'm just wondering, do we have any ability to give us some idea or projection of what a 10-year outlook would be? Because what I'm concerned about is whether we can lessen the impact of a rate increase if we're looking at it over a 10-year period as opposed to a 5-year period.
But we have a 5-year plan.
I understand that. But you're not listening to me. I just want to know, can we project that? That's all. If we can't project it, then fine.
I think we may be able to, but I would be very fearful that we would make these projections and submit them to you, and they would turn out to be possibly incorrect because things change over that kind of period of time, and then somebody would say to us that we'd misled them.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, if you can project that out, I'd appreciate us being able to get access to that. The other thing is, a concern that's come to my attention is the whole issue of industrial rates. Have we reevaluated that? Because one of the things that have come to my attention, that we actually have companies that are considering basically recommissioning their internal power plants to do their own electrical because of what they consider the exorbitant increase in power rates. Have we looked at the industrial rates after the proposals?
Yeah, I've heard of that concern with respect to one company only. I don't know if you've heard it with respect to others, but that is a company that we're working with very, very hard. It is a company that thus far, for a long time, has enjoyed extraordinarily low rates. But we too don't want that company to resort to switching on a generator. They haven't done for 5 years, as I understand it, and I don't know what the ramifications would be for them if they were to do so, as to cost and as to air pollution and other issues. But we want very much to satisfy this particular company. For that reason, we're talking with them about interruptible rates, about other kinds of concessions that we can make, while at the same time trying to bring them into at least some level of normalcy and a level playing field with other companies. There's a meeting that's scheduled with them for April 8th, at which meeting we hope many of these concerns will be ironed out. We very much want to work with them. They're a valued customer, but I've heard that concern, and we're going to continue working with them.
Do we have any idea what it would cost us if they did do that? How much they're paying annually, what we'd lose as a power company?
Yeah, I think we've got in the agreement that we have with that company, there is a confidentiality clause.
Okay.
And to what extent it's enforceable or not is a matter of debate. But rather than even go near violating it, forgive us if we don't respond to that. I think I can say though that they've been enjoying a very, very low rate, very low cost of energy.
Okay. Let me just ask my final question: and this came to us through an email, so I don't know if it's accurate or not. Was there something published recently about DWP remodeling offices or something very recently?
No, there's some furniture is being delivered to my office.
Is that something that was in the paper? Because I didn't see it.
Remodeling offices?
If that's so, is there a cost that was sign?
Maybe could the reference be to restacking?
No, they
Is that
said,
the word that was
the
used?
information we had was that there was some remodeling, that the office, and there was some major remodeling going on amongst
No, what is happening is that the John Ferrara building is being restacked.
Now, what does that mean?
It means that offices are being reconfigured to make them more efficient so that we can fit more people in the building. Because as we ramp up our staffing, we have to have some place to accommodate these people.
So you're contemplating the passage of the rate increase, so you're already redoing the building? Is that it?
No. We have staffing needs that are even, without the rate increase. We have staffing
Where are the
needs
people staffed now?
They're in the building, but we have to restack the building in order to change the configuration of the offices in order to be able to accommodate more people in them.
Okay.
So maybe that
my
is
really
what-
fine question, how much is that costing, do we know?
I think Mr. Rosansky has been leading that effort, and he's
just a ballpark.
About the restacking efforts. How much is the cost? Just one issue with respect to that. One also has to think of what the cost would be if we went out and leased space in order to put our personnel there. So by doing this, we actually save a great deal.
I just wondered if we have a ballpark of what it's costing us.
If you could use the microphone. Thanks.
Without going through all the detail, it's approximately $30 million is what's estimated. That hasn't been approved in the budget as of yet, but that would be, in that order, would be proposed.
So the restacking will cost, and that's going to be paid in 1 year?
That would occur over a period of 3 to 5 years.
Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first and foremost, I want to thank you for including in your proposal a proposal to increase the to increase the discount rate for low-income people from 15% to 20%. I'm really happy that we're doing that we're reaching out to people that need the help, not only irrespective if we had this rate increase or not. These are folks who need the help. As I mentioned to you in Budget and Finance, I was disappointed for two reasons. Number one, that the city hadn't done that, considering that other major utilities had done that. San Diego Gas and Electric and Edison had been given a 20% discount to their low-income people that pretty much uses the same criteria, or people would qualify using the same criteria. So I'm happy to see that we are now moving in that direction. So I was disappointed that we hadn't done that, but I was also disappointed in my initial response I got from DWP when I asked this. I asked the question as to how do we compare with other large utilities in terms of providing this discount, and I got back a convoluted, complicated explanation, and I also got back some graphs that didn't really answer the question. So I was a bit frustrated with the responsiveness of the department. But we're moving in the right direction, which is a good news. I also raised at the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting how the city measures up to other large utilities in terms of penetration, in terms of capturing those people who qualify. I pointed out some numbers that Mr. Nahai and I have discussed that perhaps we need to sit down and look at what those true numbers are. But I think we need to do the best we can to capture as many people in the program as we can. I submitted a motion to come to the Audits Committee that will hopefully have your department, along with the CLA, come report to us as to what else we can be doing to increase the numbers of people who could qualify for this program. Also today before us is a motion by Mr. Alarcon, which I submitted on his behalf since he's not here, that would ask us to create an oversight committee to review the department's low-income and lifeline programs to see how we're doing, how do we compare to other utilities, and to also set benchmarks as to what is the penetration level that the city and the department should be reaching. Do you have any comments or ideas about this motion?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Council Member. You and I have had a conversation about.
Hold my time, please.
about penetration levels. I would point out that even at 15%, because I don't want there to be a misunderstanding in the audience about this, but even at 15%, because our rates start off being so much lower than the other utilities, even at 15%, our low-income and Lifeline, low-income people fared comparatively better than low-income people getting 20% from other utilities. But I want to thank you. You pointed it out to us. We went back. We are proposing a 20% discount for our low-income customers. That, together with the CFL giveaway program and the refrigerator giveaway program that we have, will actually mean that our low-income customers who are going to in the future pay less than they're paying even now. So the rate action is going to benefit them because they're going to end up paying less. I would completely agree with you that we need to do a great deal more to reach out and to enroll as many people as deserve to be in the low-income program. To that end, we are in contact with the Housing Authority to attempt to do that, and we have devised an outreach plan which we've submitted to your office. We have no objection whatsoever to working with an oversight committee with respect to making sure that we reach out to low-income and Lifeline customers. Happy to do that, and would be very happy to sit with your office and work out a plan as to how we do that in a way that's efficient and productive.
Great. Thank you very much. And I think at that committee hearing we could see how we're doing now, how we're spending our funds, because when I asked if we could increase this from 15 to 20%, I asked, well, where are we going to get the funds? Apparently there's some funds available in that line item that we're using to pay for the CFLs and for the refrigerators and everything else. But we'd like to see, as a city council, how are we spending those dollars? And if we are giving out the free refrigerators or the CFLs, what's that like? How many people in low income who qualify for the low income, how many of them are getting these? And I think we'd really need to look at that clearly, so that if we are saying that we are doing the best we can by giving free refrigerators and the CFLs, we need to see how we're doing in that and who's getting them or not, and are we doing well compared to other utilities in the area. Right. And finally, at this point in the game, I see motions here before us that's asking for specific information on projects. Which projects can get funded by council district, by community. Why are we approving this rate increase without looking at that information beforehand? It seems like the information that we do have is kind of general. It doesn't really get down to specific projects.
Thank you. And again to the question, then we'll ask you to press your button again. We're over.
Okay. Thanks.
I think we would differ that it's general. I think we have very, very specific. They're like identified almost by individual transformers and individual vaults and individual cross arms as to the jobs that need to be done. And I think all of that data, there's a lot of it, but has been submitted. I could have Aram Benjamin go through that again. But let me make one point though before Aram does that, and that is that we want to stay away from looking at the city as 15 council districts. We respect and appreciate the fact that individual council members represent their constituents, but we have to work for the entire city. So while politically the city is 15 council districts, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, there are 7 districts. And we can put up a map and show you that. And that's how we're going to approach this. And within those 7 districts, we've identified what the most urgent problems are, and then what are the worst of the worst. And we're going to fan out, and we're going to deal with the worst of the worst first, and go that way. And we're going to completely stay away from any kind of debate as to whether Council A is getting more attention than Council B or anything like that. That's just going to mire this thing and politicize it. Okay.
And I agree with you. I mean, I think we need to get away from council districts and who's getting on. But one point I am making is, I mean, when I was on the school board, and I'll finish up with this, Council President, we asked the voters to approve 3 bonds when I was there. But when we went out to the voters, we tell you, if you approve these bonds, you're going to see this project, and this project in your community. And I think that not only allowed people to see the benefit of their tax dollars being spent, but it also gave them some confidence that this money is not just going into some black hole, and that it is going to be spent, so that at the end of the day, if those projects get built or not, they could say, you know, yes, they kept their word or not. And here, I've been asking my staff to get some very specific information on what projects are going to be, and we get some very general language that I think doesn't give me some confidence that I could say, okay, I see we're going to keep people accountable, keep DWP accountable if we have those specific projects listed or not.
Councilman, the Commission asked for the last year a monthly report of power outages, because the power outages do not occur only on a heat wave situation. They can occur in January and February, and we have identified areas within the city we have repeated power outages based on circuits, transformers. So I don't think it's wise to say we're going to parcel by 15, because your district may have more serious and more outdated infrastructure issues than where I live, with all due respect. So, but we can get you where the projects are. But again, priority is very important. So next summer, we don't have a lot of outages in our district because we didn't fix the infrastructure, because we went to Tarzana and Encino, where the infrastructure is much newer.
We also have to be very careful when we talk about projects. We're talking about, you know, thousands of underground vaults. We're talking about, I don't know, how many poles do we have in this city?
325,000.
325,000 poles. So each one of them is a project. But it's not like, as you can appreciate, it's not like building a building. We've got 126,000 transformers around the city. So,
Council member, we have identified the root causes of these outages by districts, and based on the age of these circuits and the infrastructure status, we've identified the worst performing circuits. We've identified address by address and circuit by circuit of what our priorities is going to be for us to get a handle on these outages. And we would be able to provide to you, you know, the priorities that we've come up with, and also dissected in, because projects initiate in stations and kind of cross over different districts, you know, we would be able to give you the circuits and the neighborhoods that they're in.
Okay, thank you. Just to make clear, I'm not advocating for council district. I believe strongly that we should go to the places that need it the most, and I'm glad to hear that. But I think this late in the game, we should probably have that information a lot more disseminated, so people could not be asking that question so late in the game.
We would be glad to provide that to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll speak very quickly because there's a lot to cover. Thank you all who have spent the time, our citizen volunteers, our DWP commissioners who are volunteers as well, and our DWP staff, our CLA and our CAO. We have made tremendous progress in last year. There is a cultural change, there is a sea change, and absolutely, Candido, you deserve a round of applause for changing that. There is a fire that is lit throughout this city right now. It's coming from many different places. It's coming from here, it's coming from sometimes from within, it's coming from outside in the communities, and I have not seen the level of detail. When we started this, remember, when this first came to us over a year ago, and we said, I think you brought up the word trust. I didn't actually say that I mistrusted DWP, but what I said is we needed some accountability. And you both talked about reestablishing trust with us, because that's all we have in this business. And I appreciate it, because I have two operators right here who want to establish that trust, who are working very hard to establish that trust. And the 15 of us are ensuring that that trust is there with the folks who are actually the ratepayers and whose company this is. The level of detail we have is very, to me, I'm speaking now individually because I've had a lot of private conversations, a lot of committee conversations, which is why I've been quiet here, very rewarding. It's very deep. From my own council district, which experienced a lot of the outages, knowing that we have $6.2 million of upgrades, that there's 46.9 miles of conductor that we have wired, that we have 243 transformers that will be upgraded, 329 poles. Of the 20 worst performing circuits, that 2 of them affect my constituents. That's the level of detail I have been hungering for, and that we have finally received through a combination of neighborhood councils, the city council, really saying it can't be in general terms. And it has to be in terms that a quarter from now, and 2 quarters from now, and 3 quarters from now, I can say you're either meeting it, you're surpassing it, or you're not yet reaching it. And so I thank you for that. I also think that when we look at this, and there's a number of different motions here that have been put before us, and when I put my Council President hat back on and we walk through A through H, and who knows, by the end of today we may get through to Z, but hopefully this is A through H, and folks from the public, if you'd like to get copies, we do have them, so make sure that you're looking at them as well. There's a number of things that I wanted to address with them. I think a couple of them we definitely need to chew over because they have to do with specific goals and targets. And Ms. Perry, I know as chair of the committee, has talked about bringing those back and with post-haste looking at those. Those include some of Mr. Alacon's motions. It includes looking at what Mr. Reyes and Mr. Huizar have really done a great job on the low-income ratepayer side. I want to thank them both. I was homesick in bed, but was watching Mr. Huizar as he went through his questions a couple days ago on that front. But there's also some things that we can pass here today. The most important thing, though, for all of us is, it's kind of like term limits. People often say people have the power on term limits to vote people out. We also have the power to rescind any ordinance we pass today. And that is something that we need to know. We need to let the public know so they can hold us accountable, but that we can use to hold you accountable. To me, I'm not so interested in automatic triggers that say we don't move forward. The price of bread, the price of banking, the price of gasoline, the price of everything has gone up way above and beyond anything that's being proposed here today. In our own households, we have seen those costs go up while we have had nothing go up on the water and power side for a very, very long time, and that's why we're here. We're trying to be honest and responsible. It's easy to play politics and say, no how, no way, but I've already done that 4 or 5 times with you because I've been asking for the level of detail that now I personally have. So the level of comfort I have moving this forward is that you have reached that benchmark, and I will hold you accountable each step of the way together with the public, but that it's not enough to hold that back today. That said, a couple things on the lawsuits, and I know I'm already over. One, on the water lawsuit, there's some developing things that the CLA, the Mayor's Council, have told us about the trial that is here today. Rolling that back before we hear, I think, might be premature. I think we should send it to committee to give us the option of doing that. But if we do it here today, and if that legal case comes through in a different way, this is a dividend for the people of Los Angeles. Southern California Edison gets a dividend. They don't give it back to the people that they serve. That's the beautiful thing about DWP. The so-called rate transfer, we have to have a combination of investment, but also we have to have that dividend that other private utilities just put back into their Wall Street rate holder, stockholders. We can put back into a host of things that the city needs to do. And we know, especially in this budget year, how critical that is. On the power side, too, I would say similarly, and I'll conclude with this. On the power side, too, we need to be able to look at that and go over that in committee. We don't need false triggers because the biggest trigger we have is our own vote here. A year from now, we can say, you didn't hit those goals. Let's not take the lazy way out. Let's take the strong way out where we come back and look at you in the eyes. We see the numbers. We see if you've met them. We talk to the public and see if those have been made. And then we assess whether that continues on. But right now, we need to move the rest of that forward because I feel that the work that we have pushed this department to do and the public has pushed this department to do has transformed the debate and has transformed this department. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm next on the queue, but why don't we go to Ms. Hahn? I'll go after Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Honestly, Mr. Garcetti, just a slight correction. We actually did increase water rates. A couple years ago. So let's keep that clear. And frankly, I think I agree with Councilmember Rosendahl. I think today I am definitely not going to vote to increase the water rates, mainly because I believe we've increased them recently. We've talked about you using that $60 million right now. And the other reason is, frankly, I am frustrated because I introduced a motion last November that asked you to relook at the rate structure for our water rates. I still feel like in this era where we ought to be conserving water, I think we need a rate structure that incentivizes conservation. I still think it's wrong that the ratepayers are subsidizing people with large yards and landscaping. I don't think that's what we should be doing right now, is subsidizing people who have large backyards and are using a lot more water for landscaping. We're actually giving them a better rate. I think that's wrong. So I'm not willing to vote for a water increase until you come back with what I asked for, which was a complete analysis of our rate structure. And let's look at it not just in terms of equity, but in terms of how should this structure actually look to encourage people to conserve instead of giving people breaks the larger yard that they have. So that's number one. Let me ask the city attorney, because I want to be clear on what we can and can't do. Because I thought I understood you saying that we either voted up all the increases or voted them down, that we couldn't sort of enact a couple of them and then rescind one if we felt like DWP had not reached its goals. Hold my time.
Let me answer that in parts for you. As before the ordinance that's before you today, you do not have the ability to pick and choose from that ordinance and select what you would like to pass or not. However, once this ordinance is passed, in the future, you have the ability to come back and repeal this rate ordinance.
Would we, the entire one, though? So, for instance, if some of us were inclined to say, okay, maybe we'll agree to the first increase, and I think there's been a suggestion that we move that back to July, which I agree with. But say then the second one and the third one, that's when we begin to get reports back, or we get analysis, or we get the oversight committee to say, you know what, they're not meeting their goals, or they're how many poles, they're how many circuits. Can we then rescind the second two without rescinding the first one that we agreed to?
No, at that time what would happen is, technically what would happen is you would rescind the rate ordinance and you would come back to current, but however, there could be an intervening ordinance in that time if that was your
But say we approved the July 1st one.
Correct.
But let's say we approved all of it today.
Yes,
the July 1 goes into effect. We're saying July 1. You've suggested May. By January 09, we're starting to feel like maybe you haven't met your goals. We couldn't rescind then the next two. We would have to rescind all of it. But the one that we just enacted in July, what happens to that?
It would disappear and you would go back to the existing rate structure.
So we would quit collecting the rate increase.
Correct.
See, I think, I'm not sure everybody
rate structure.
I'm not sure everybody understands that, because I think some of us thought, I know I did, that maybe we could okay one. When we got your goals and your benchmarks, if you weren't living up to it, we could rescind the next two. It doesn't sound like we can do that. Hold my time while they're conferring on what we actually can do.
You mean between the water and power?
On water, she's talking about water.
I know.
Yeah, well, first there's the water increase and the power increase. So we're dealing with two.
Right. I've decided I'm not voting on the water increase. So let's talk about the power increase.
Okay. So if you were to pass the ordinance today,
right,
and then you go in the future, like you say after the first rate increase, you get into the second increase and you want to do the repeal.
Yeah.
You come back to the existing rate structure that exists today because that ordinance is repealed.
So we couldn't separate these increases.
No, the ordinance is one package.
One ordinance is one package. See, colleagues, I don't know if we're all hearing that, because even David, you said if we didn't like it, we could rescind the next increase.
Yes, but I think what this gives you is a much bigger hammer, because you could then actually turn around to the department and say, you haven't been meeting your things. We're going to retroactively rescind this rate increase. I think what we would then say, well, you know what? Could we please substitute an ordinance which would enable us to at least retain the funds that have been paid under the rate increase to date? And we'd have to have that conversation with you.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the wish of the council. I think I'm hearing from the wish of the council that they're willing to approve this first rate increase, and some have talked about July 1, and pushing the second and the third one back to 09. But I think there's a willingness on the council to then look at those in terms of, if you haven't done your job, rescinding them. I don't think anyone feels like they want that big of a hammer, that they want to rescind even the one in July of this year. Is there a way, City Attorney, that we could, how could this be?
Not
There's no
under
way.
the current ordinance. It's a package deal. It's one ordinance.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm over. I may push my button again, but that was enlightening.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl, followed by Mr. Parks, Mr. Labange, Ms. Perry.
And just to follow on that, but you could, I mean, you would rescind that whole ordinance, but you could at the same time have a replacement ordinance immediately that would take
Exactly.
two-thirds. Okay,
Exactly.
I'm not sure Ms. Hahn heard that, because it...
Certainly, you would have the opportunity to have another ordinance to replace that one that would say keep the rate hike that you're comfortable with. But absent that intervening ordinance, you would revert back to your existing rate structure.
Well, you could do it simultaneously,
Correct.
potentially, which is, you said, we think we're going to rescind this, so you better get this part, and they all come together, so there
You
is
do
no
one after the
gap.
other. Yeah, they would be...
Correct, almost on
They would
the
be simultaneous, or...
lack of a term, same day, and be able to switch them in that
Continuous.
way. And so, colleagues, I just want to add, because my first time was really on some questions, and to echo some of the comments people have made. And as I said before, we all realize that we have to invest in our infrastructure. And Mr. Smith said he has been Mr. Infrastructure and been a broken record. Yes, I was one of those that kept saying, he just keeps talking about it. But it is so important. But the reason we've had this dialogue, and I know DWP has been put through the ringer for the last year on a lot of these discussions, but we do hear from our constituencies about is it necessary, and will it do exactly what we want? And as I sat next to someone the other night at an event, will all the new infrastructure go to the new developments that are happening and all the old infrastructure not be replaced? And I tried to explain to her that was not the case in this instance. And I don't know where Jerry Miller went, but I wanted to ask Jerry on the question, maybe the attorney here, on the water side of it. Again, if we have $65 million sitting there, or the $30 million, whatever it is, and I've heard both, that it's $30 million or $60 million.
Well,
and
2 years.
Correct, 2 years. Okay, so 2 years. But the ordinance...
The second ordinance has not gone through City Council yet, so there's $60 million that DWP has with the two different fiscal years set aside. City Council has adopted one ordinance for roughly $30 million, and the second ordinance, I believe, is still in committee.
That's right.
So does it follow then, and Mr. Smith, because we were talking about this, and the lawsuit that is, you're going to court today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
So there's some tomorrow, okay. If you said for the $30 million in that original ordinance that the council has already adopted, you hold that in abeyance until we know exactly what happens. And I feel very strongly that if, in fact, we lose that lawsuit, that money should be going back to overall reducing the rate increase. But the additional $30 million, is it under that same challenge?
No, it is not. It is because we initiated that challenge before that surplus designation was made. Now, it certainly have an impact on it, but you could technically have another action with respect to that transfer.
To that $30 million, okay. So I don't know if you heard that, Mr. Smith, that it is not the $60 million, there's 30, if we chose to adopt the motion that's before us on the water increase, and maybe there's a reason to hold it over a day to find out exactly what happens tomorrow, but there's still $30 million that could be put back. We could say we're not going to take that $30 million, even if, whatever happens right now, that could go back. Is that correct?
Yeah, Councilwoman, it's also highly unlikely that we would have, even though the
I know an
trial
answer
starts
tomorrow. No, I know.
the resolution
Yes. No, I know
probably
that.
will be 30 to 90 days.
At least. No, it'll be longer than that, but just to answer some of the questions that we may have. But I think that it's a $30 million versus a $60 million. So the potential now, and without my notes in here, the first year we get in the water increase is how much?
3.1%.
3.1%.
As of July of 08, and then again 3.1% as of July of 09.
And how much income is that?
It's about 25 million each. No, how much is it?
On the water, it's 25.
For water?
For water, it's 20.
Well, it's more than that.
I could pull mine.
23 like that.
Is it in the 24 For fiscal year, 23 million in that first year.
Okay.
For water, which is under the 30 million. Okay. So that would be an interesting, I mean, Mr. Smith mentioned that, whether or not we change the motion to reflect, it's for the first year, and look at that. Colleagues, and again, I wanted to say to all the representatives that are here, and as I turn to Ms. Hahn, I have a very active neighborhood. I think we were debating who had more people from their district, but I think I win that one. But very active in the participation in this. Thank you. But it's very important, and this has been one of, with the MOU group and others, I think, historic in the kind of participation. Everyone may not agree, but the historic aspect of this and the participation, the fact that it's 1:45 and all of you are still here, I really appreciate that. And this is not the first meeting you all have been to, and letting your voices be heard as well. So my time is up on this item, but maybe I'll talk to Mr. Smith, and maybe, again, if we think it makes sense to have further discussion on the 30 million aspect of it. That we should have that time.
I do, and the one thing is that I did want to stress is that you have before you two ordinances. One is on the power side, one is on the water side, and on the water side I can see that there are questions coming up that we should take a couple of days and talk about them.
Okay.
Especially because it'll be going to court tomorrow. Maybe that will give us some further indication as to what the court's thinking is. And again, as far as DWP is concerned, we're holding that money for the city. And we're holding it also with the knowledge that the city is in dire financial straits right now. I think sometimes some people who object so vehemently to the transfer don't understand that money doesn't disappear into the ether. It doesn't go to buy jewelry for council members. It's there for essential services. And it is a dividend that we pay to the city, because we don't pay 11% to our shareholders because we don't have any. Our shareholder is the city. We don't pay taxes. This is what the utility pays to its host cities, and it's done the nation over. And we're right at the median of what is paid throughout through the country. There's nothing unusual about this. And the other thing is that on the power side anyway, Prop 218 actually exempts it for power side transfers of this kind. So that just goes to show how commonplace it is. And of course the Charter expressly allows it. So.
Yeah. No, and I think this does, in the report particularly, does outline that, the history of that, and the fact that we, in comparison to the private sector, the amount that is used for property taxes, I mean, it's a whole different in the revenue, and appreciate that. So maybe we continue on the water side, and I know there's been some discussions to address the issue you raised on the bonding of an amendment on the power side. Haven't seen that yet, but I know that is part of our discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to recommend that we continue it, because there's a number of things that I know I asked for that would give more insight on this whole issue of pass-through. And I think when we talk to the community, they understand the rate increase. But on the other hand, we know that the pass-throughs, that they view that as a kind of a hidden charge. It'd be important to know what those are. Also, in dealing with this request, looking at whether there is a potential of expanding the work program from a 5 to 10 year program, how we might look at that and see what the cost is. But I would ask that we continue it for a week until we can get some of these answers and understand exactly where we are at this time. Because I know if I were asked to vote today, I would vote against it, and I would prefer to have information to know exactly where I stand on the remaining issues, because we also have a number of active neighborhood councils who have monitored this and are certainly interested in the outcome.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I just want to ask you to continue the work that you're doing. I want you to, as you have, David Nahai, recognize the community leadership, but I also want point people. There's 7 regions of the city in the planning department. Get 7 representatives. When Ms. Hahn spoke earlier about an opportunity to get revenue from a right-of-way in the DWP corridor towards the harbor area, and for the multiple years, there should be one person that they talk to. And I know that's a frustrating thing for people. And developing those type of people. And also, as mentioned by Mary Garcia, my district here, although I don't want to talk about it because it may get confused with what they talked about earlier. I do like green grass. I don't like the other kind of grass. I like green grass, okay? So there's a distribution station. There's a distribution station. And it's nicely landscaped. And her point was, why is it more western, southwestern landscape? This has been going on longer before. It's a distribution station on Cahuenga. But her suggestion was, why don't you change it as you've done up to JFB at the wonderful corner of Hope and Temple, where those stones that are there on that corner, those red stones come from Red Rock Canyon because of Mulholland's great interest and beauty of bringing water to Los Angeles. All that being said, we have to inform the public what we're doing. We have to tell them and communicate them. And I also think in the bills that we do send them, you try to communicate that. This is their investment. And I think, Mr. Garcetti, you said it best. You just read in the paper where Edison had a multi-million-dollar buyout for a privately held company for the utility. What DWP does is not just the transfer of the property tax, but it's the reinvestment of the dividend, the reinvestment of what has built this city. So I think that's real key to do that. And members, I think we're fooling ourselves because it may be a hot summer, and they won't have power in parts of the city. Many parts of the city. And I can tell you personally, I know Mr. Garcetti shares this, it was very sad that over 650 million gallons of water had to be removed from the system because of a chemical change due to the sunlight on Silver Lake Reservoir. It's being cleaned up because you believe in quality water, but at the same time, we've got to inform the people. I just wanted to say that, David. I want more activity because I don't want to hear the frustration that people have that they want to have a point person they come to. I worked at Water and Power, and I was proud of Water and Power. Okay, and I went out and brought people from Water and Power out, and you should continue to do that because the public will appreciate what you are about when you explain to them how you're doing it and show them, because people forget. When people forget, you flip a light switch, and I wanted to flip a switch right then. I wanted to flip a switch so you could shut my power off right now. Shut the power off right now. Turn my power off. You can't hear me anymore. Okay? I want the power.
Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn?
Now, I just want to get this again, because we do have one of the motions, which I seconded, that talks today about that the council may rescind any approved Water and Power schedule of rate increases. So I just want to get it again. You're saying we either approve all of them, and then if we rescind them, we rescind all of them and have to reenact an ordinance reenacting.
That's correct. The rate hikes are coming as an ordinance before you, so you will...
As two ordinances.
As two ordinances.
Power, one water.
Right, got it. Right.
Right, there's...
Well, and that's frustrating for me because, I think it's much more difficult to end something once it's gotten started. And I really wish you had come forward with us with 4 ordinances, one for Water and Power, and then 3 others for these 3 different rate increases that you're suggesting. I think that would have made it a lot easier to approve it. So I think I'm going to stand with Bernard to continue this and maybe look at other possibilities for bringing these ordinances back where we could approve one and then hold the others up while we had the IAE study come in, we had more, the oversight committee got into place, and we all felt more comfortable with accountability with next January 09.
Well, then this tells me that we should have just come forward with one 7% or whatever 8% thing, because this is already we're going to get pushback again, and it's not right. We've got urgent needs in the city. If we don't act as we're supposed to, you have an immense hammer. You can rescind the entire thing. We've said we're willing to cooperate with an oversight committee. We've opened up our books. We've had unprecedented public outreach on this, over 30 meetings. I've gone around to neighborhood councils, and every day that infrastructure is getting worse, and we've got another summer around the corner. You know, it's, you know, I understand that on the water side, we've got a couple of things to talk about the transfer and how we do that. On the power side, if we continue to delay this way, we're going to be doing the city a disservice, all of us. And I think the folks behind us also need to understand this is about providing them and their kids reliable water and reliable power. And we've been doing that at rates that are 30 and 50% below other utilities. These rate increases that we're seeking here today are not earth-shaking. And we're going to take care of our low-income and lifeline people. The same people who are complaining so angrily here today are going to complain a lot louder when we have to go through another summer. And if the last couple of days' weather is anything to go by, we're going to have problems this summer. I really would ask that we do not delay this.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I guess I'd like to call to the question.
We have a number of different motions that are before us. Hold on one moment. We have one more that's here that needs to be circulated.
Oh, my God.
If I could ask the clerk of the CLA to pick up one more, Mr. Rosenthal's motion. It's up here, so that everybody could have that before us. That's I. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I, which you will receive shortly. We also
Mr.
have a
Garcia,
motion
just
from, hold on 2 seconds, and then I'll recognize you. We also have Mr. Park's motion on continuation of the water element, which we have to review procedurally if we can even continue part of it, or we might have to do, we would have to do, I think, all of it because of the way the ordinance is tied together, the power and water sides. But yes, Ms. Gruhl, did you want to?
We had a motion that I think Mr. Smith and I were considering making to address some of the concerns. That is just, I haven't seen the final draft, so I don't know.
Okay.
Whether
why don't we do that orally as we go through? We'll make sure we get that language, but I think as we're waiting, Ms. Perry. I'm sorry, we can't quite hear you. So, can we get Ms. Perry's microphone on, please?
Yeah, point of clarification, there has been some discussion to separate the water from the power, given that the court case is still pending on the water side. Do we need to procedurally make a motion on that, separate and
I
apart?
believe those are on the motions. There's a couple that cover that. There is the 6B and 6C, which already essentially have those as separate questions. We also have Mr. Alarcon's 6F, which links those two together, but if we resolve them from B and C as possibly amended, it'll probably not need to be separated on that.
All right, that'll give us an opportunity to go back to committee and hash that out and give us the time that we need.
Correct. Okay. So we first would have before us, Mr. Clerk, the continuation motion. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that would be the first motion that was made by Mr. Parks and I believe
Mr. Parks,
seconded by Ms. Gruhl.
Would you clarify exactly what the motion was?
We continue it till next Wednesday.
And by it, would you just define what the it is?
Pardon?
Would you just define it? When you say continue it, you mean the whole matter?
The whole package.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's not on the water side, it's on the entire package.
The entire package, because I think it'd be important for us to get some insight of these 6 or 7 motions so that we're not dealing with them on the fly, and we could have the entire package in the report backs that were asked during the discussion.
Okay, so that would be till next Wednesday? Is that what you said? So that would be a week and a day till March 26th is what the proposal is before.
April 2nd.
I'm sorry, that's this week, April 2nd, thank you. April 2nd. That was my April Fool's joke, I guess. April 2nd, colleagues, it would be continued until, and this is the entire matter before us, okay? Please open the roll on continuation. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
So the entire matter is continued. So that means that the other items will not be heard, the amendments will not be heard. We will next take that up a week from Wednesday on April 2nd, and we will have those reports back by then. Next item, please.
Item 12 was called special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl, item number 12? And we do have a speaker
We do have
card.
a couple I don't know if the speakers are still here. They are still here. So if we could just open the public hearing for them, please.
Okay, we'll begin out in Van Nuys. If Donna Perriman is still here on item number 12, we'd like to hear from you. And then after that is Lisa Adler, the Bus Riders Union. Donna Perriman in Van Nuys. Thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. I'm against all these bus changes. I don't feel the public that takes these buses are really being informed on these changes. You encourage the people to take the buses just so the MTA can cut back on the number of buses and cutting off certain lines altogether. I don't think it's fair that these changes can come about with only one day to protest, and if you couldn't make it, you're tough out of luck. They also didn't give us enough information beforehand with fares being increased recently. My fare went from $14 to $44 to include LA DOT. That's why MTA is acting like a king in their own kingdom. They don't care about us peasants. I say let's take this back to committee so it can be looked at and people can learn about what changes are being asked for, perhaps even being held in Spanish so Spanish-speaking people can protest these changes. Let's make the surveys on these bus lines and give people a voice, not just management and MTA. Thank you.
Lisa Adler is our next speaker from the Bus Riders Union. Yes, Mr. Parks? Hold on one second. Can we get Mr. Parks' volume up? We can't hear him. Go ahead again.
If anyone is concerned about the MTA proposed changes, they'll be coming before the MTA Operations Committee at MTA's building in the first meeting in April.
Great.
And so all of the regional councils have reviewed them. Their recommendations will be coming to Operations Committee.
Okay.
So that would be a place for people to come make their public comment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Lisa Adler is our next speaker on this item.
Good morning, council members. My name is Lisa Adler, and I'm an organizer with the Bus Riders Union. I want to commend the leadership of Councilmember Wendy Gruhl and the Transportation Committee for bringing to the council the issue of MTA's proposed service cuts for June 2008. I want to urge the City Council to adopt a motion opposing these cuts, and I want to urge the council members to attend Thursday's MTA board member to voice your concerns about the impact of these cuts on your constituents. What the MTA is proposing is to rate 160,000 hours of local service to implement new rapid lines, in some cases canceling or truncating lines with no stated alternative service. We believe this violates the court-ordered new service plan, which is the remaining component of the consent decree still under court supervision that clearly states rapid bus must be service expansion and not replacement. In addition, there's another 215,000 hours that are going to be eliminated from the bus system. But MTA staff has not said what these cuts will be, and there's been no public process around them. In December, there's going to be another 200,000 hours, and next year, 58,000. That's 50% of what we won under the consent decree. This is serious service deterioration for the transit dependent at a time when people are facing a looming recession and budget cuts in many critical services. As you know, the majority of MTA's customers live in the city of Los Angeles and are your constituents. Council members Hahn, Perry, Parks, Wissad, and Wesson, your districts will bear the brunt of many of these cuts, but this is only the first round of cuts, so who knows what's next. We were disappointed last year when many of you stayed silent on the fare hike, and we hope we can count on you as our city leaders to oppose the bus service cuts. We ask you to lobby the MTA board and to attend this Thursday's MTA board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We'll turn to Ms. Gruhl and then Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much. And we do have reps from the MTA if you'd like to come forward. Carolyn, I think, and Art. Colleagues, when we first read of the proposed cuts, we were very concerned that these cuts would eliminate transit services to a variety of our areas in the city. And it seemed counterintuitive to our mission of getting more people out of their cars. Metro has explained, and you'll hear from them, that they needed to make some of these cuts despite the recent fare increase so that they can increase the Metro Rapid service. And I want to be clear that I support the expansion of the Rapid Metro service, but not at the expense of our transit dependent. And so we asked Metro to go back and look at the feeder systems and make some of the changes to ensure that we were addressing some of the concerns we heard from not only the bus riders union but others as to how it would impact them. And I know your regional, I can't think of the name of the groups that you have. What do you?
Service sector councils.
Service sector councils. And I know Mr. Parks just mentioned that this is going before the operations committee. There was a kind of update status report we got from our DOT department of changes that have been made since it first came to our committee and was going to the sectors. If you could give us just a little bit of update on what is happening and what changes may have been made in the last several weeks. And this is, please, I know who you are, but your name for the record.
I'm Carolyn Flowers, Chief Operations Officer with Metro, and along with me is Conan Chung, who is the Deputy Executive Officer of Service Planning. We've had our service sector councils, based on public input, have gone back and reviewed public input and made decisions on the lines that have been put out for service change. We had full line cancellations originally proposed of 18 and partial line cancellations originally proposed of 23. After public input, our revised proposal is for full line cancellations of 6 lines and partial line cancellations of 16 lines. And we are doing some various trip thinning that was referred to. The trip thinning does not require public input, but those are just looking at specific trips, and we're just looking at whether or not those trips are productive. And so we're looking at ways to basically mitigate the issues that we went through during the public input.
Thank you. And colleagues, I urge you to look at the March 24th report that we also got from our Department of Transportation, the information provided by the MTA. And I think it's important to note that people's input is being taken. A lot of times people say, oh, it's a done deal, nothing's going to change. And although we'd still like to have some others added back, the fact that the input made a difference in some of these, but we do want to look and ensure that we have those feeder systems because there are seniors and other individuals who use those feeder systems to get to that rapid red. And if we eliminate those, it will impact some of those individuals who depend on it.
We did a balance between productivity and coverage.
Right. I know, and as we look at a $300 million deficit for next year, we understand some of the difficult choices you have to make. I know yours is how much?
We're facing probably somewhere between a $70 and $90 million deficit. And the hours that are being cut, to put it in perspective, we run about 7.3 million revenue service hours per year. So our net reduction is going to be 215,000.
Okay. Great. Well, I encourage you, colleagues, if you have not commented before and want to come to the operational meeting of the MTA to be present, and thank the MTA for, I know, coming and for your patience today on a long meeting that we had this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. Huizar.
And thank you very much, Wendy Gruel, for your leadership on this item. I want to thank MTA as well. There was a line 256 that ran through El Sereno and Herman that for many people who live in those communities, about 2,000 of them were using this line. It was originally slated not to be running anymore, but thankfully at least we got it running Monday through Friday. I know we're still advocating for the weekends, but at least a lot of the students who live in that area, working class people, are not going to be able to continue to use public transportation. As many of you know, well, some of you know who know Herman and El Sereno, not a lot of large arteries that go through those communities. A lot of them do walk to their bus line to get this bus line and get to where they need to get. So thank you for that. I think you certainly listen to the public and to the people in reinstituting that line. Hopefully we could do it 7 days a week, but we will accept Monday through Friday for right now. So thank you very much.
There was significant input on that line, so we did listen.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
Good afternoon. Thank you and your staff and Mr. Henry, who was always over here for you. I know it's a long day and the lights are bright here, but I can't see this. Is the 175 to be eliminated?
The 175, I believe, is going to be carried over. Let me just check on this.
175 is Talmadge, Tracy, Hyperion.
Yeah, 175 is going to be carried over until our December service change to give us an opportunity to work with your office and LAUSD regarding the issues.
Members, this is real important. This is a bus line that serves a high school, primarily only the high school, and there's a federal law that restricts transit agencies. You want to explain that, Carolyn?
School trippers.
School trippers.
Basically, public transportation is restricted from providing service that is solely for schools. We have to provide service to the public, and it has to be accessible to the public.
How many lines are like the one around John Marshall High, that 175? Is there still a bus?
We have about 160 trips that are servicing schools. Yeah.
So that's a very significant number, members, where they line up buses next to schools, which they are being encouraged to change that service. And I know we're going to look to LADOT to help out there. How about the 201 that goes from Wilshire and Virgil up to the Glendale Adventist Hospital? Is there a short lining of that 201 to give better repetitive service?
For that proposal, what was approved by the government councils was to cancel weekend service and to short line it at Vermont and First.
And how about on the north end?
North end, it would continue to operate on weekdays.
But over to the Glendale Adventist?
I believe so.
Yeah, because one of my thoughts, members, is that they have a hub and spoke, and the longer you make it, the longer it is in between the service. So I'd certainly want to look at even short line it where you interface with the Glendale Transit Center at Cerritos near San Fernando Road and Brand Boulevard, where the MetroLink comes together, the B line, and about a number of your lines as well, to try to shorten it so they could do that and get better service there. Thank you for your effort on this. We'll continue to watch this, and we have till in the next few months to try to solve the school problem, but also appreciate trying to improve this system and tie the buses into the rail stops. Thank you.
We appreciate your working with us in LAUSD.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other members wish to be heard. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next item, please.
Item 22 is called special for cards from the public.
Okay, we have item number 22 before us, and we have Sharon Brewer out in Van Nuys. After that will be Donna Pearman, both on item 22.
Sharon Brewer had to leave because she wasn't feeling well.
Okay, thank you very much, Donna. You'd like to go ahead?
How you can raise the DWP rates and continue asking for for trash fees when you ask for these fee waivers. You don't curb your spending. You don't ask to find other ways to fund these events. Why do we have 3 events with no amounts listed? Let me get over there. 3 months listed: the Bangladesh Day Celebration Parade, the Teen Town Council meeting, and the 37th anniversary barbecue auction on May the 4th, with none submitted there. And then we have the Oscar, let's see, where am I? Okay, and I want to talk about the separation of church and state, which is The St. Lawrence of Brinties Church Annual Spring Carnival on $3,600, and the 9th Annual Via Crucis Passion of Christ 2000. And I also want to talk about the second annual Community Awareness Day, the fourth annual, which is $4,520. The fourth annual City of Los Angeles 5K Run Walk for Victims' Rights, $8,000. I guess we're the victim. And the Spirit of LA Run Walk on August 2nd, $4,955. The Community Carnival, the Street Fair, $9,003. The Spring Carnival, MacArthur Park, $5,000. And the 21st Annual Brentwood Spring Art Festival and 4th Annual Bow Wow Meow Pet Fair. Is that a joke or what? You keep on raising the DWP rates trash fees with no accountability, so you can look good waiving these trash fees with no accountability, so you can look good waiving their events. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments, and that will close our public comment for this item. If you can please open the roll.
Mr. President, for the record, there has been a request to receive and file N. N is in Nancy, 22N.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll receive and file 22N. And with that, please prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Item 28, please.
Item 28 was called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, item number 28.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we have a representative from LAWA come up.
Mr. Reyes, did you want to add something real quick?
Yes, Council President, before they begin to speak, I just want to announce that Plum will start 15 minutes after council.
Okay. Plum Committee will begin 15 minutes after we adjourn here, so somewhere around 2:40-ish or 2:45. Okay. Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. Would you state your name and your representation, please?
Yes, certainly. My name is Roger Johnson. I'm a Deputy Executive Director for Los Angeles World Airports.
Okay. The reason that this motion came forward is that LADOT had worked diligently to respond to the draft regional transportation plan from SCAG. And we were concerned because also Mr. Smith had been working for a number of years on the JPA, and yet in a document that LAWA put together within a short time just before the LADOT, it appeared to be an inconsistency about rail leaving the airport, and we wanted to clarify the position because the council's adopted the LADOT report, and as difficult as it is to get these projects into the 10 or 15-year funding stream for SCAG, we didn't want a competition or a conflict as to the city's position. And I think you wrote the report from LAWA, and we'd just like to get your insight as to what those words mean.
Yes, sir. First of all, I apologize if there is any confusion. LAWA's position, first of all, with respect to the JPA, is we fully support the JPA and construction of the initial operating segment of the high-speed rail. The comments that we submitted, most of the city departments are asked to submit comments on the RTP to the Department of Transportation, so we have done that. Our letter did, again, state that we do support high-speed rail. Specifically, I think the comment in there is a portion of the high-speed rail that is not part of the constrained high-speed rail program within the RTIP that calls for connecting airports to airports. In other words, a high-speed rail from LAX to Ontario. And it is used as a justification or as a background for the growth of air service in Ontario. And our comments simply stated that we believe it would be more beneficial to connect high-density population centers such as West LA, or other areas to Ontario as opposed to connecting LAX directly to Ontario via high-speed rail. So it was not intended to be in any way non-supportive of the high-speed rail program.
Okay, so have you read the LADOT or the council-approved document that was sent to SCAG?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and so there's nothing in that report that you disagree with?
No, sir. In fact, I believe that the comments from my letter were taken verbatim out of our comments to DOT and placed into the DOT comment letter. So we do concur with those comments.
Okay, but now in dealing with your issue on, I guess it's page 3 of your letter, your disagreement was what? That you didn't think that airport to airport should be tied by high-speed rail. Your view was that airports should be tied to high-density locations by rail.
Yes. In fact, sir, as we wrote, and again, I apologize for any confusion in what I wrote, is that we do not believe that connecting airports to airports is necessarily the foundation to decentralize the airport system. Yeah. We believe that connecting high-density population centers to airports will form the foundation much quicker than connecting an airport to another airport.
But now, was anything in the LADOT's report that gave any impression that the proposal was not moving forward for decentralizing the airports?
No, sir, there was not. This was simply a comment on the regional transportation plan as we reviewed it, not as the DOT comments.
So LAWA supports decentralizing the airports?
LAWA is emphatically in favor of decentralizing the airport, and in fact, one of the reasons we wrote this is we do believe that high-speed rail from the dense population centers to Ontario is probably the best way to encourage air service in Ontario.
And if connecting those high-density locations to airports, if it happens to also connect airports, there's no disagreement there?
The problem is if it happens right away, sir. And if I can say, one of the problems is if we connect, say, Ontario to LAX, because that connection goes both ways, it would be very easy for people to get on the rail in Ontario to go to Los Angeles because the level of flight service in LA, there's more flight options, there's more choices. So connecting the airports initially could actually, in our opinion, be a disincentive to regionalization in the growth of Ontario versus the growth of LAX. Yeah. So at some point in time, we believe that connecting the airports would probably make sense. But initially, our view is that connecting the airports could actually be a disincentive to regionalization.
If I understand it correctly, the whole issue of decentralizing the airports was that Ontario one day would be giving the same level of service, a number of flights and locations to where folks in the Inland Empire would not be considering necessarily their first option was LAX. They may view it as a connecting, but not necessarily their first option, because Ontario is supposed to also get additional service that would not warrant people coming to LAX.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And again, that's our hope. While it will never have the same level of service, because Ontario, right now with the Ontario Master Plan that's being done, we're looking at about a 30 million annual passenger a year airport versus about 78.9. LAX will still continue to be the primary international air carrier airport in the region. So there will never be the same level of international service at Ontario, for example, that there is at LAX. But again, the comments that we made to the RTIP were focused primarily on the initial construction of a high-speed rail system, and suggesting again that connecting the airport to airport as the initial segment would not encourage regionalization, but could actively serve as a disincentive to regionalization.
So you're just looking at the timing, not the concept. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And to clarify, I don't think you quite understand what the purpose of the high-speed system is. It is not to connect the two airports. In fact, the first draft was to stop at West LA and not even go to the airport. It's looking at population centers. I would proffer to you that our one stop is at Union Station, and nothing is more central to the entire region than Union Station. It is the hub of all transportation in the multi-county area. And the second station is in West Covina, the very center of the San Gabriel Valley Population Center. So I would proffer to you that the high-speed system is to do what you exactly said, and that is to move people from those high-density population centers to the airports, not to create a cross-airport system. And so that was never the intent, and I hope you can give us some language that meets those concerns and still does exactly what SCAG is trying to do, and that is create a system that moves people across the region to the airports in both directions, allows Ontario to grow to its map, keeps LAX at its map, and provides getting thousands and tens of thousands of people off the roads into the very center of the city of LA, in the very center of the San Gabriel Valley.
Yes, sir, and we can do that. And again, I apologize because that was our intent. I understand that the iOS, or the initial operating segment, is the West LA Union Station, West Covina, Ontario, which we fully support.
The iOS has an amendment to it that says, if possible, into LAX.
Right.
And that is the goal of most of us that are on that committee, actually. I think the West LA idea is a bad idea as a stopping point. I think LAX makes more sense, because people are not going to come from Union Station or San Gabriel Valley to L.A. and stop in West L.A. So if you want to get people into the airport and off the roads, you've got to get it into the airport.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So if you can give us that language, I think Mr. Parks is saying it's okay to wait a week on this. Is that what we're... Okay. I have no problem with that. If you'll come back and show us the language before it comes to council, next time we'd appreciate that, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Smith for just what he said about we want your language to work it out, and I want to thank Mr. Parks for continuing it for a week. Obviously, we need a plug into the airport. That's why I've resurrected the Green Line that's been sitting there since 1994. Total insanity. We want to get that into the airport so we have the plug into the airport. We also want to get the Green Line up Lincoln Boulevard into Santa Monica, okay? But the point is, there's many ways to skin a cat. I'd like to have the direct links between the airports, but more importantly, I want to have links between population centers and airports as well. The combination of the two is what we're looking at. We do have a cap of $78 million for LAX, and we know we can go to 30 to Ontario. What I'm so happy about, I got to tell you this, I'm very proud of Gina Marie Lindsay and my communities working together. No lawsuits at the moment. We're doing all of that massive green-lighted renovation, modernization of LAX. And as that $3 to $5 billion gets spent and the projects are done, then the airlines are going to realize $7 to LAX, $20 to Miami, that all of a sudden LAX might be $20 and Ontario is $12. There'll be nonstop direct, frequent, and discounted flights out of Ontario. I know Anaheim, Orange County, wants to do a light rail from Anaheim to Ontario. That is also part of the dream. So frankly, I want the language to be inclusive, that allows the flexibility. What Mr. Smith's leadership, you know, he's been an incredible leader on this, and I'm going to be part of that group going forward as we look at those different aspects. But we got to get it all together on the same wavelength. Yes, and thank you guys for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a question, and I love you, Bill. Okay. We want the Green Line into LAX, right, into this airport, correct?
That's
good. Do we want a connector at the Blue Line and the Green Line, because they're on two different systems? Are we talking about trying to make them the same? So let's say you're staying downtown, you could walk over at 7th and Figueroa and get on a train that takes you directly to the airport. Is that in the plan?
What we have right now, going into the specific plan amendment study, is actually an intermodal transportation center located at Manchester Square that would connect, if the Prairie Crenshaw line came down, if the Green Line came up, would connect both those lines to a people mover that would go right into the airport.
But there's no connection there at the Green Line and the Blue Line at the Rosa Parks station, if I have it right, in the 15th district, or it could be in the county unincorporated. Is that correct? There's two different. There's no connection. There should be.
a harbor line.
There should be a harbor line. But anyway, that being said, but I know the connection. Okay. And I wanted to ask a question, too. And I have had the fortune to travel in this world. When I was 24, I left a job here in City Hall and traveled by rail through Europe. The discussion to not have high-speed rail, I spoke with Ms. Galanter when I first got here, and I said, Ruth, there should be high-speed rail to the airport. And she said, no, it will bring more people. And I say, they're there now. Now, is it the airplanes that are our problem, or is it the traffic that drives to the airport? What is the pulse of the people? Hold my time.
Was that question to me?
Yeah, you're the expert.
I'd love to answer it.
Yeah, you can sit over there and answer it if you want right there, Mr. Rosendahl.
I can tell you from our perspective, sir, it's both. The problem is with the aircraft is obviously the noise is one of the biggest community concerns in air emissions, but then it's also traffic because, as you know, the west side is incredibly congested, and ground access is a significant problem. So it's traffic congestion and it's air quality and noise impacts associated with the traffic. So the answer is both.
When I first met with people from the airlines industry, I told them that I support the modernization, Mr. Rosendahl, of the airport. And they all, were happy with that. But then I also told them I support high-speed rail. High-speed rail, different than light rail, different than Orange Line, busway. High-speed rail moves people very quickly and safely. So at the same time, I do think there should be a high-speed component. And I think we're blind if we don't study converting what is the Green Line on the Century Freeway to high-speed rail straight through the east of Norwalk, through Orange County, and to the Inland Empire and to Ontario. Let me just ask a question. If you're on that high-speed rail right now and the right-of-way and you're at Ontario Airport, how far is the gate? You just got off, because I know those lines. They're right by Foothill Boulevard, okay?
That's correct.
How far do you still have to get to the airport?
About 2 miles.
So there has to be some kind of system built there.
Yes, sir, and we are looking at that right now.
But now, isn't there a freight line on the southern part of the... there's a Santa Fe line and a Southern Pacific line, and now I don't know who they are now, but there's one on the southern part of the airport, or what would be the State Route 60 side of the freeway.
Yes, sir, and I believe that route is now being studied by the Gold Line Commission to actually connect to Ontario International Airport.
So, members, I truly believe it. If you want to answer, Bill, I'll give you my last 40 seconds if you want to answer it. I truly believe high-speed rail should go everywhere from the hub of LAX to the hub of the center of the city to the hub of Orange County to the hub of the Inland Empire, and to Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Fresno, Sacramento, San Francisco. Just like in Europe where they get on trains, so that you will decrease the number of local pedal jumpers, the PSA type of planes, the short hops. They will be effective. And I also think high-speed rail should run down the 15 freeway to San Diego.
Thank you, Mr. Lamont.
Thank you very much there.
It was a comprehensive list.
Yeah,
and I believe this matter has been continued at the request of Mr. Parks. Yes?
There's a request to continue that 1 week.
All right. Thank you very much.
April
Without
1st.
objection. Next item.
Madam President, there is a special one, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Since the posting of today's agenda, representatives of the family of Jamil Shah requested that the City Council pass a resolution requesting that the United States Army provide additional leave time to Sergeant Anita Shah so that she could remain in town to be present at the arraignment proceedings of one of the suspects. Immediate action is required.
Mr. Parks.
We're going to vote on...
We'll vote on findings. Open the roll, please.
No.
Close the roll.
I'd just like to speak on the...
11 ayes. All right, Mr. Parks.
Right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I had the unfortunate task of attending what on one hand was a celebration of honoring Jamil Shah in front of his house, and to show you how peculiar life is, the second day that the mayor was in office, he started his million tree issue and planted a tree in front of Jamil Shah's home, the spot in which Jamil Shah was killed 2 years later. And they now have marked that tree as an honor for him. What's unique about this is that Jamil Shah lives with his father and his younger brother, while his mother serves in the armed forces in Iraq. And she was given leave to come to the funeral. They then were requesting that she remain in Los Angeles until the arraignments, which is today. But what this motion goes a step farther is that we were advised this weekend that she is going to not go back to Iraq, but go back to Kuwait, but be transferred back to the United States, but several miles away and out of the state of California to do her continued assignment. We're asking that through her military command that she be assigned to an area locally such as Fort Irwin in California, so that she can be in close proximity with her family. She has a younger child that certainly is grieving the loss of his older brother, and we'd ask that we go on record to not only, as we've done earlier with the reward motion, the assistance in capturing the two suspects, but that we look at the issue of trying to get her placement by the military to where she can be in close proximity to the family while still serving her duty, and also assist with the raising of her youngest son, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. There are no other speakers, and I know that we support you in this effort. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next order of business.
Madam President, for the council's information, there was a special 2, but that has been withdrawn.
2 was a matter of the closing of a phone operator system. Ms. Hahn and I work with the department. Mr. Parks weighed in. This matter will be considered by his committee. We will continue to have phone operator service.
So it's withdrawn for now.
Yeah, withdraw.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Next order of business.
Ms. Hahn.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
Excuses on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused April 23rd, April 30th, and May 14th to leave at noon, and for the entire meeting of April 25th, all for city business. That meets council policy.
All right. Without objection.
And Councilmember Perry requests to be excused May 30th to leave at 12:30 and to arrive at 11:30 on June 27th, both for personal business. That also meets council policy.
All right. Without objection.
Councilmember Hahn requests to be excused for the meetings of May 30th, June 3rd, 4th, and 6th, all for personal business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Parks moves, and Ms. Hahn is excused.
Councilmember Garcetti requests to be excused to arrive at 11 a.m. on April 9th for city business. A motion is required.
Smith moves. Rosendahl seconds. Councilmember Garcetti is excused.
Councilmember Huizar requests to be excused April 8th and 9th for city business. A motion is required.
Mr. Huizar, I'm sorry, Ms. Hahn moves. Mr. Levant seconds. Councilmember Huizar is excused.
And Councilmember Parks requests to be excused Tuesday, April 1st for personal business. A motion is required.
Ms. Gruhl moves. Mr. Cardenas seconds. Mr. Parks is excused.
And that would clear the desk.
All right, that'll clear the desk. Members, are there any announcements? Any announcements by any of the members? It's a 2:30. Actually, it's 2:40. Thank you. Are there any adjourning motions? Ms. Gruhl, followed by Mr. Levant. If you would all please rise. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. I do have, unfortunately, 2 adjourning motions today. One is for Cindy Moran. The city family suffered a loss this week. Cindy Moran passed away on March 14th. She was the wife of Bill Moran, former commanding officer of the Fiscal and Support Bureau. Many of you knew him and his wife. She passed away in Cynthiana, Kentucky, where they retired in 2002. She is survived by her husband, Bill, her daughter, Michelle Henry, and several grandchildren. So maybe all members on that. My second adjourning motion is for a woman who I had the pleasure of getting to know over the last several years when I was running for office. Barbara Hughes was born on September 28, 1933, and passed away on February 15, 2008. She was a third-generation Tahungan and a graduate of Verdugo Hills High School. She was an artist for 30 years and often donated her paintings for community events. At the same time, she wrote and edited for several newspapers, including the Record Ledger, Foothill Leader, Foothill Sentinel, and the Foothills Paper. Barbara was much loved in the Sunland Tahunga Chamber of Commerce and was president for 2 years. She also was dedicated to the Sunland Tahunga Coordinating Council and allowed for the perfecting of the annual historic home tour by working with Little Lander Society and Verdugo Hills High School. Barbara and her husband, Harry, were the co-chairs for the Ways and Means Committee for the Little Landers Historical Society at the time of her passing. She was an incredible woman, active every single day. She and her husband, Harry, were everywhere there in Sunland Tahunga, and I know we all will miss her presence and send our condolences to her husband, Harry, her daughter, Michelle, her sons, Mark and Michael, and their wives, and her 6 grandchildren. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Ricky Zanich, who was a great longshoreman, passed before his time, a top-notch guy loved by many of his friends. Additionally, I'd like to ask we adjourn in memory of Ronald Cook, or Clayton Cook, as he's better known to his friends. Grew up in the North Hollywood area, graduated from North Hollywood High, went to USC, had a career in finance, real estate, and was one of the state's special appointed receivers for the California State Court. He's survived by his wife, Lisa, son Stephen, and Stanley Clayton Cook. Finally, a guy I knew in Silver Lake was very involved with the community, just had a neighborhood watch type meeting on his block. There's a public stairs there. Tragically lost his life and passed, Theodore Philip Coates Jr. He graduated from San Fernando High in the San Fernando Valley, went to UCLA, a longtime Silver Lake resident, and was a great retired employee of the county assessor's office. He's survived by his wife Lutz and son David. I ask we adjourn in memory of Theodore Coates Jr.
Ronnie Sankich. Okay, did you get that? Any other adjourning motions? Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. Carol Ann Helm passed away March 19th, born September 18th, 1971. Born Valley Presbyterian Hospital, grew up in Van Nuys, graduated from St. Genevieve's High School in Panorama City. Be deeply missed by her family and friends, survived by her parents, Patricia Helm, Abe Perez, Carl, and Charlotte Helm, her daughter Christina, fiance Adam, sisters Carrie, Lisa, and Cicely, brothers Matthew and Nicholas, brother-in-law George. Carol Ann Helm was the daughter of one of my partners, Carl Helm, retired LAPD. Her funeral was today. May she rest in peace.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.